dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show originates from the OKCoin studios. OKCoin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world, founded in 2013. OKCoin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OKCoin studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hello, good morning. Yeah. Get the flashing in there. Yeah, baby, the horn is out. The Panthers are red hot. Down 5 goals, down 4 goals, down 3 goals, down 2 goals. It doesn't matter. Damn, that was good, man. That second period was like, holy crap, what the hell's going on here? Was it 7 goals, I think, in that second period? Anyway, good morning, you all. Hope you all are doing well out there. You got to be doing well if you're a South Florida fan anywhere in the world, right? I mean, you wake up, your Heat, kick the Hornets' ass, and we gave you also our liquor split matchup of the night last night, right? We told you the Heat minus 5.5 against the Hornets, and 144 to 115, I think, is covering that. So that, my friends, is the liquor split matchup of the night there. So we'll have another one for you tonight, and we'll see if we can start a little streak here on our liquor split matchups of the night. Great job by the Panthers last night, 7-6. They've got now a record 104 points. They're the best team in town. I've been saying it all year long. With all due respect to the Miami Heat, who are just, absolutely phenomenal, man. 52 wins already on the season. They wrap it up now with Atlanta on Friday. And then Sunday, we'll both be in Orlando, because I'll be in Orlando, but I'll be there to go see Dirty Honey and Mammoth. But the Heat will also be in Orlando to wrap up the season against the Magic. And no, I'm not passing up the concert to go to the game. No, okay? Because I would imagine now that the Heat have locked everything up, it's Omer Yurtseven is going to be playing a lot of basketball in the next 2 games, which, good for that young man. He's done a really, really good job, overall. It is Wednesday, as always. And, on Wednesdays, we start a little earlier. We warm the seat up for the boys as they get ready for Inside the Paint, the Slowmans Inside the Paint show. A lot of things to talk about after that Heat performance last night. And, I'll tell you this. When it comes to what we're watching with the Heat, it might end up becoming a blessing in disguise, the struggles of Duncan Robinson, okay? Because you hope he doesn't go into a shell and doesn't perform well off the bench, because then that kills your value in trying to trade him in the offseason. But if last night could be a signal of things to come, and this is what I've talked about on the show, Duncan Robinson can't defend. So when you start him, he's useless to you if he's not scoring, because he's not going to help you anywhere else. So Max Strus will help you at least in other areas, defending, rebounding. The kid plays with some moxie. He can fill the lane. He can attack the rim. These are things that Duncan Robinson is not good at all. He does not excel in any of these things, whereas Strus does a good job in those areas. So he is the better fit to start. And Duncan Robinson, as we have talked about in the last 2 weeks here, off the bench is better for him because he is now facing bench players. So they're not as good as your starters. So maybe it might be a little easier for him to play. I still think he'll struggle defensively, but at least you're playing against the backups. And on your end, your offensive game, you're playing against the backups. And last night, that's kind of what I envisioned, that Duncan Robinson comes off the bench. He doesn't have the same pressure anymore. Now he comes off the bench with Tyler, and he lights it up with 21 points, 7 of 11. Tyler had 35. So you had 56 points between those two cats off the bench. It's enormous. It's freaking awesome. And so maybe, just maybe, what is happening is Duncan is falling into the spot that he belongs in. And last night, man, listen, they've handled the Hornets pretty much all year long. I wasn't surprised last night. And to come up with, the effort, 144 points, shooting all the threes. I mean, they were just absolutely terrific last night in taking care of business and locking things up too. I think that was the other thing that was, you want to see the maturity factor in all of this, right? You're going to have your ups and downs, but you got to find a way to turn the page and overcome all of this, whether it's a disagreement, whether it's a short losing streak, whatever it is, what a lineup changes, you got to find a way. If you're a real team that is going to challenge, you got to find a way to overcome. And what happened to Miami in that little 4-game funk, that doesn't change my mind at all about how good the Miami Heat can be. I have no illusions whatsoever or I'm not trying to convince myself that, oh, no, they can't have a deep run. Bull crap. The Miami Heat can easily go all the way to the NBA Finals. Now, beating, the Western Conference winner, whether it's the Suns, okay, that won't be easy. That'll be really hard. But I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, my God, I'm shocked they're in the NBA Finals. Hell no. They can beat everybody in the Eastern Conference. And let's hope they do. Let's hope they're able to do that, And I hope so, because I know that they have what I didn't know they had at the beginning of the year, which is incredible depth. I just did not expect them to have this kind of depth, because we didn't see these young guys coming and being what they were this year. Caleb Martin and Max Strus and Gabe Vincent, and even Yurtseven has helped out in an immense way when they've needed him. So none of us saw that these young guys would take such a role. And now think about this. The young guys in one season And I know Strus is kind of rolling over from the season before, but these young guys have gone from one extreme to another. They've gone from the extreme of who are you to, wow, you guys can play, to 3, I believe we can count on you. And I believe if Caleb Martin is healthy, hell yeah, I could count on him in the playoffs. Max Strus, I could count on him in the playoffs. I know they haven't been in that position, but just look at their mental makeup. They look it, man. They look like Heat players. Even Gabe Vincent, that kid has got moxie and plays with an amount of fearlessness that's impressive. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of those kids, they're not afraid to fail, and that's why they're here. Listen, everybody that succeeds, I don't care if you're Elon Musk, I don't care if you're whatever, a CEO or a business owner that's watching me right now or listening. You got to have the confidence, you got to have the moxie, and you got to be able to overcome failure. All the greats, all the people that are successful, all the people that run businesses pretty much, they all failed. One way or another, they had several kinds of failures along the way. That's what made them what they are. It's kind of what it is. And Strus and guys like Caleb Martin, they show zero fear. And when it doesn't go well for them, it's not like they go somewhere in some corner. They don't do that. So impressive, man. Impressive by what the Miami Heat has been able to accomplish this year, and how far along the young players have come. I'm just so incredibly impressed with that, I got to say. By the way, if you want to get in on the Welton Rayon text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayon text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always. That, my friends, is a 24-hour talk show there on Twitter at Big O Show. And remember, if you have any questions for Ira or Clay, you can also send them in, because sometimes it gets lost in the chat board. You can send them in on the email at bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. If you have any questions for Ira or Clay coming up at the top of the hour, we've got the Slomans inside the paint. And there's a lot to talk about after a terrific performance last night, as we were talking about, 144 to 115. A lot of offense last night, man, with the Panthers and the Heat. That second period with the Panthers and the Maple Leafs was just absolutely crazy, man. So good stuff with our local teams. And I mean, this is the best we've ever had with our local teams on the winner side. I don't think we've ever seen a pair. When the Heat have been great, the Panthers have never been this good. And when the Panthers have been this good, the Heat weren't this good. So it's, I think you got something special here. This is the first time you could legitimately say, without being a maniac and you're crazy, both teams have a shot at being in their championship game. And I know it's a crazy thought, but it's not impossible, right? Tampa's won championships in multiple sports, right? And so has the New England Patriots. So it's not something that is impossible to do. It's possible that in the summer here, we're watching two teams in their respective championships. And like I told you, what happened with the Heat, as long as it's water under the bridge, which it looks like it's nothing that's festering, then they're deep. They can get to the championship. The Panthers, unlike the Heat, the difference is the Panthers look like the best team in the NHL. We could just say the Miami Heat have a chance to compete and be the best team in the NBA. There's no doubt about that. But the Panthers look like the best team in the NHL. This is a real fun time to be a South Florida sports fan. I mean, I would like to be preparing for 2 parades in the summer. That would be actually cool. Do a Heat parade, and then we take off to Vegas after that and go do the summer league and get ready for the following season. That'll be fun. I'm looking forward actually to going. Well, we're going to Vegas here at the end of the month, but you know, also for the summer league. I've never been to the Vegas summer league. That should be a lot of fun if we're able to do that. All right, we're going to get ready for a little Sloman's Inside the Paint. The boys are getting ready to go. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing?
I'm still exhausted from trying to figure out what the scoring differential is when I was looking up there. In Cleveland, they have this little thing. It's called the diff on the scoreboard, and it tells you exactly what the margin is. I'm like, okay, they're up 24. No, is it 34? So, when you have nights like that, you can truly enjoy it. And I'm going to be honest. When you have nights like that, you can keep glancing at the Panthers game and not feel guilty also. So I got a couple of things going on there pretty good.
Nothing was more crazy because I'm watching both of them, and nothing was more crazy in that stinking second period. Holy crap, 7 goals, man.
Right, and so you're watching the Panthers game, and you see him come back, and then you're seeing the shootout, and then you're seeing the Heat have 40-something in both the second quarter and the fourth quarter, and you realize, the living is good. And again, those were both against playoff teams or playoff-level teams. You had a playoff team in Toronto. They're going to be in the Stanley Cup playoffs. You have Charlotte Charlotte's not only going to be in the play-in, but Charlotte has a chance of also being a Heat first-round playoff opponent if they emerge from the play-in. So you got a lot going on. I think it's got Clay so shook up. He keeps showing up and showing out there.
I think he's raving, right? I think he's in a rave or something because it's going, lights are on and off. Clay right now. There he is. Holy crap! Dude.
It's just the Panthers. The Panthers got me shook, man. It's just unbelievable between them and the Heat. We're trying to juggle our schedules for the next few weeks, and it's going to be nuts. So, but yeah, man. I mean, it's been amazing to watch these last few weeks. How the Panthers they seem to face these in-game adversities and always find a way to jump up. Meanwhile, with the Heat, like they hit this in-season adversity where they lost these games in a stretch and then bounce back. And so it's kind of cool as you're getting ready for the playoffs to see how each team has found a way to bounce back once they hit these bumps in the road.
Maybe after all the stuff that we've talked about with Duncan and everything else that's gone on, maybe this becomes the blessing in disguise for the entire team and for Duncan, because pressure comes off of him. They put him on the bench. He now faces the second team defensively, and defensively they face his offensive game also on the second team. Last night we saw what could be the best of having 2 outstanding scorers off the bench, really lighting it up. And Strus really fits more of the Heat mold as a starter to help you out setting the table, not just offensively, but especially also defensively. So just maybe after all this controversy and talk, things actually settle for the best.
Yeah, and you know what they've done now, they've sort of put together this poo-poo platter of three-point shooting, where now that Kyle Lowry's shooting more threes and Jimmy Butler, you have that on the first unit with Max Strus. Now that Tyler Hero is hitting three-pointers and Duncan Robinson came around last night, you have that. Even with Caleb Martin last night was 3 of 3 on threes. So if you spread the shooting through the lineup, a guy can be off. Gabe Vincent has been historically a very good three-point shooter. Not last night, wasn't needed. What you need with your three-point shooting every game is 2 or 3 guys who can space the floor for both units. Last night, when you get 5 or 6 guys, you get 144 points. So again, Eric Spoelstra's been out of sight, but not out of mind the last 2 games. He redid this. And again, you talk about this, Big O, about a Hall of Fame coach and all of that. Eric Spoelstra's smarter than the rest of us, and he figures it out. And even though Big O has to rant 6 months for things to happen and things to change, the bottom line is Eric Spoelstra is smart enough and not stubborn to the degree where he won't bend. And when he needed to bend, he bended. He bent. And he gave you something a little different, just like he's done in the playoffs in recent years, starting Goran over Kendrick Nunn when Kendrick was struggling. Eric Spoelstra gets it and he figures it out, and he really has positioned his team in a very good place.
Heat Nation, get ready for one hardcore hour of Miami Heat and NBA talk with the Slomans inside the paint show.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
NBA fans, it's time for the Slomans Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Slomans has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Slomans Home Security, and nobody talks Heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. As the Miami Heat have, it's a little bit different show this Wednesday as opposed to last Wednesday. Clay Ferraro here, Ira Winderman there. And we're going to get into, I think, the potential playoff matchups now that we're getting down to it. And Heat have to win one of their last two games or get a little bit of help from teams playing Milwaukee and Boston in order to get that one seed. But it looks more likely than not. I think it's safe to say that they're going to get that one seed. But Ira, I want to start here. As we look back to where we were a week ago today versus where we are now. And we can go through all the reasons for it, but what changed? What is different with this team now compared to a week ago? Whether it's the lineup changed, I want to go through, in your opinion, what you think are the top 2 or 3 reasons why this team looks so much different now than they did a week ago.
Well, first of all, when you had the 4-game losing streak, the Heat just weren't that bad. So you're going to have a rough spot along the way. But at no point during the depth of those losses, even the Brooklyn loss, the loss to shorthanded teams, that was the late season malaise, the lack of motivation. Because you know what? Through it all, they were still near or at the top of the standings. And I just think the Heat lost their motivation to a degree because they were in the mid-70s in games and they were approaching game 80. And I think that's the typical human condition that it happens when you're cruising along there. The difference is, and we spoke about this in the crosstalk with Big O, the Panthers have never been here. So for them, everything is still fresh, exciting, and new. The Heat were in the NBA Finals in 2020, just 2 seasons ago. So for them, they've had their success. They know this can work. And I think it was just the malaise. And what they needed was a kick in the pants, a kick in the ass. And that's what they got. And that's what, if they didn't get, they got it when Eric Spoelstra and Udonis Haslem and Jimmy Butler mixed it up on the bench. And so that just motivated them a little more and pushed them a little more to be truer to who they are themselves. Clay, I just think that this sounds weird. I think they needed that 4-game losing streak. And I think they needed the jolt of a couple of those games. And I think they needed a little bit more of sort of get back to who you are. So what did they do? The players took it to heart. Eric Spoelstra shook things up from the rotation standpoint to get the players to take it to heart. And then we've seen the 5-game winning streak, which for all they've been through, this ties their longest winning streak of the season.
All right, Ira. So I'm getting some audio issues here. I'm going to pop out real quick and pop back in. So yeah, let me jump out and jump back in on
all
this
right.
thing.
Well, I will keep the folks up to date. Clay, while you're gone, I'll set up the play-in and how that's going to work out. So right now, it looks like the Heat are going to finish at least in the top 2 in the Eastern Conference. When you finish in the top 2 in the Eastern Conference, it means you play the teams in the play-in games. So
Yes, sir.
You pretty much can eliminate Toronto and Chicago from Heat playoff possibilities. The Heat will open the first round against one of 4 teams. Against the Charlotte Hornets, that would be fun. Against the Atlanta Hawks, against the Brooklyn Nets, or against the Cleveland Cavaliers, who really have fallen off the face of the earth, or who basically have returned to who they are. They were a nice little fun story. Oh boy, we're at the top of the standings, and now they're, oh
year.
boy.
You know what? They should not be disappointed. They've had a good year.
Yes.
They were
and
better.
In
the end, they were better than any of us expected the Cavs would be. Okay, let's be honest.
I've always said this. You want to play a team in the first round of the playoffs who's just happy to be there. If you play the Cavaliers in the first round, it's like, we're in the playoffs. Kevin Love's career is resurrected. They're fine. If you play Charlotte, who fell in the play-in round last season, they'll just be glad to be there. We're a playoff team. Michael Jordan's team didn't fall apart like the Lakers. They'll be happy to be there. If you play the Hawks, a little bit different. They went to the Eastern Conference Finals last season. They, even with their uneven season, have a feeling if we get in, we can do some damage. They did last year. Beat the Knicks in the first round, beat 76ers. All of a sudden, we're there in the conference finals. And then what the Heat were called in one season forecast, now the dangerous loomers are the Brooklyn Nets. And I know you two guys have been poo-pooing it for weeks now. They don't play defense. They have two players. Their bench is soft. They're not going anywhere. Yeah, that's something I still want to avoid. I will say this. The most compelling basketball in South Florida in the next 2 weeks will not be Heat versus Hawks on Friday, will not be Heat versus Magic on Sunday. It'll be the play-in round, because the play-in round is going to tell the Heat how tough their opening round is. To reset for people, teams number 9 and 10, which right now would be, it looks like it'll be Atlanta and Brooklyn as of now, but that'll change, will play each other in a game. Loser is out. The winner of that game plays the winner of 7 and 8, which is Cleveland and Atlanta right now. So right now, Brooklyn can only finish 8th, can only play the number 1 seed. But if Brooklyn finishes 9 or 10, they have to win 2 games. Nothing is automatic for the Nets this year anyway. Here's what can happen, though, guys.
Nothing's automatic, but he gets nervous about them against the Heat. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm very nervous. I'm shaking here. That's why I'm keeping my hands out of the shot most of the time. But
so let me ask you this, Ira, not to cut you off, but so right now Brooklyn is in the 8th spot in as ESPN has the standings listed. Is there something with the tiebreaker there?
Yeah, because of tiebreaker, they moved up. That's what I was going to follow up with. And the Heat have helped that situation by beating Charlotte and potentially beating Atlanta on Friday. The Heat can push the Nets into the 7-8. Only if you're in the 7-8 can you finish with the number 7 seed. So the Heat, in many ways, can really help themselves on Friday by beating the Hawks. Because if they do that and they beat the Hawks on Friday, there's a better chance of the Nets playing in the 7-8. And the Nets could even be home against Cleveland because the Nets play Cleveland on Saturday. So you could say, oh, don't worry about the Hawks game on Friday. Number 1, it might be meaningless for the Heat. Number 2, you always have Orlando to fall back on as your season finale on Sunday. But I think the Heat very much would like to see the Nets in the 7-8. And very much will be sitting there with their popcorn, hoping that the Nets wind up at number 7. Because 2 things happen then. The Heat as a number 1 seed wouldn't have to play the number 7 Nets, and the number 7 Nets could take out Milwaukee or Boston in the first round. So the play-in's going to be fascinating. The games are scheduled next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. One conference will take Tuesday, Thursday. One conference will take Wednesday, Friday. And the Heat will be in the edge of their seats, except for Eric Spoelstra, who I'm sure, because of his crazy maniacal former video room guy, won't know his playoff opponent until about 48 hours before his playoff opener. And you know, Clay, Spo wants to build a whole game plan, wants to build a wall against a certain team. Certain teams, if you're number 3, 4, 5, or 6, you will know your opponent when the season ends on Sunday. The Heat, they're going to have to wait. Their video guys are going to be really busy.
Yeah, and so if you're looking at how this is going to play out, let me add one more thing that happens, especially if you're able to win on Friday. You get to rest all your guys on Saturday. I mean, there are a number of reasons why it almost makes sense, Ira, when you look back at this last week and we talk about what changed. We could talk about the lineup shuffle, and we're going to.
Right.
With Max Strus going to the starting line. We could talk about the difference in Kyle Lowry's game. I think that his game scoring-wise, taking another jump up, has made an enormous difference for this team. But I think the biggest thing with this team, Iron, I think you would agree, that switch that they've talked about all year, that they can flip when the games really matter. Right. They look like a completely different team when they're playing against potential playoff teams, potentially really good teams. And the Brooklyn game in the rearview mirror, it almost looks like kind of a one-off for both teams a little bit, because Heat were playing poorly at that point. Brooklyn followed that up with a couple of poor performances as well. So
they did uneven, yes.
So when you look back at the last week, the Heat have started treating every one of these games almost like a playoff game. I have a feeling, Ira, they're going to come out on Friday night. They're going to treat that game like it's a playoff game, much like they have these last few games, because of all the things that you mentioned, the fact that you can kind of knock Atlanta back a little bit. And yes. I don't think that they're I don't think they're consciously thinking, oh, we want to beat Atlanta because we don't want to play Brooklyn in the first round. But I do think it just adds to, hey, let's get this thing over with. There's so much that we can control by winning this game on Friday night, everything about our own destiny, getting to take off Saturday night with the starters. There's just a lot going into that game on Friday night. But I'm with you. I think the play-in games are going to mean a lot. But the Heat are in the fortunate position where they can control so much of this just by going out there and winning on Friday.
Yeah, and again, position Brooklyn. Hopefully Brooklyn finally takes care of its own business, and it has been uneven. And I know where you and Big O are coming from. The more you look at Brooklyn, the more you see the cracks in the armor. The more you see a shaky team. The more you see a team closer to the Lakers, who got eliminated last night from the playoffs, than a team with true championship visions. But I have just seen too much Kevin Durant with the Nets in the last couple of weeks, with the Warriors during those championship runs, even with the Oklahoma City Thunder before that. I know he will be the best player on the floor no matter who his team plays, and that's still concerning to me. There still is an easier path. But Clay, you're 1,000% right. There is no way that Eric Spoelstra is going to go, man, I'm so glad we got the Hawks instead, or I'm so glad we got the Hornets instead, or I can't wait to go to Cleveland, which will be one of the first people to say that, but and saying that instead. So, of course, he's going to go, we have a tough matchup. The Cavaliers are long and Jared Allen is back. Charlotte can score on anyone once they get going. With Trae Young, he can put 50 on you and we have to guard him to the logo. There's nothing easy. And that's the point I was making through the first 3 quarters of last night's game against Charlotte, and I tweeted this out when it was a really competitive game still. Nothing's going to be easy in these Eastern Conference playoffs. There are going to be difficult matchups throughout. The only matchup, based on how they're trending right now, is it looks like the Bulls are absolutely falling apart.
Yeah.
I mean, they are absolutely teetering. They're not even competitive right now. They said that Lonzo Ball probably will remain out through the playoffs. Zach LaVine now has some injury issues. So I'd say the team that gets Chicago might get a little bit of a respite. I think the other teams are going to have hungry competition, and the Eastern Conference playoffs are going to be really good.
And you look at where Chicago is right now. I mean, they're locked in to the 6th spot. I mean, they're not going to fall out of that, if I'm doing the math correctly. I guess there's a way that if they lose their last 3 games, I'd have to look at the tiebreakers between them and Cleveland.
That's not officially clinched. You're correct. That Chicago is not clinched. A quote-unquote playoff spot is in the top 6. Their magic number is 1 against Cleveland.
So whoever ends up in the 3 is going to get a good matchup with Chicago. However, then you're looking at the unenviable task of then going on to the road, and either if it's Boston that gets it, then you have to go to Milwaukee, vice versa, whatever. But I think from a Heat perspective with all this stuff, and I want to bring it back to kind of what's changed for this team. Max Strus going out there and doing what he's doing, and give Big O credit because he's been talking about this for a long time, more so getting Duncan out of the starting lineup and putting Max Strus out there. But I think the thing that I noticed with Max Strus, Ira, was, look, we know what he can do offensively. Nobody's going to vote him NBA All-Defensive Team anytime soon, but he does enough. And he's stronger than Duncan Robinson is. He's a little bit better at getting to spots defensively. Mm-hmm. And there were a few moments in the game where I really noticed it was the game in Boston against the Celtics, where you had Boston players, in particular Jason Tatum, guys kind of hunting Max Strus at the end of that game, trying to hunt Max, and it didn't work. Right. And look, it wasn't that Max Strus is now the Tatum stopper, but when you get to these late game situations, especially if you're going to try to find a way to play Tyler Hero late in games, you don't want to have multiple players on the floor that other teams can hunt matchup wise. And we saw that against Indiana in the playoffs a couple of seasons ago, where Pacers were able to hunt the Heat, and Malcolm Brogdon in particular would go after either Tyler Hero or Duncan Robinson. You don't want to have 2 guys like that. So having Max Strus out there, for all that he does offensively, it's the step up defensively. And I think kind of the mindset, he's got more of this alpha personality. I just think he seems to fit better, in particular with this starting lineup. And credit to Big O for kind of calling for this for a long time. But now seeing it play out, you're kind of like, oh, okay, that's the reason why he's out there and it's working.
And I want to get to something, and I think we'll talk about this later in the show also, because it is elephant in the room from last night, and certainly was until we talked to Chris Quinn post-game, and that was Victor Oladipo. And Victor Oladipo goes for 21 points on Sunday in Toronto, and he's back. It's Victor Oladipo's back, and he's going to give you 30 a game, and he's probably going to wind up starting, and he's the man, and then he doesn't play last night. Yeah. But who does play? Because I want to segue. We'll talk about Vic later. Caleb Martin comes back in. Caleb Martin is that X factor because of what you just mentioned. I'm trying to tie this together to Max Strus.
Yeah.
And even Duncan Robinson. Both of them can score and make threes. Both of them can give you 3, even if they give up 2 on the other end, put you in net positive, let you do the simple math there. The Heat are going to outscore you by 1 on those trips back and forth. Caleb Martin can give you the threes and did last night and stifle you defensively. And I think he's sort of the X factor we've been waiting on. I wrote a story at the Sun Sentinel about that. He had the Achilles. He had the hyperextended knee. He had the calf strain. You didn't know if he was going to be there. He was available for the Heat in Chicago. They didn't play him on Saturday. He started in the impressive win over Toronto. And yesterday, when Chris Quinn, filling in for Eric Spoelstra, cycled through, we kept waiting. And okay, you had Tyler Hero first off the bench. You had Omer Yurtseven filling in for Dwayne Dedmon. We got that also. You had Duncan Robinson. But then you had Caleb Martin instead of Victor Oladipo, which shows 2 things. One, Victor Oladipo has always been a back burner issue, even though we wanted to see the all-star Victor Oladipo. But Caleb Martin really matters for this team. And he can do so much for you in little ways. We're not sitting here talking the day after a huge win about Caleb Martin. But what Caleb Martin does for you, he gives you that two-way presence. So you've just explained why Max Strus is an upgrade in a closing lineup over Duncan Robinson. Caleb Martin is an upgrade over Max Strus because he does it on both ends. Now, when you get an opponent like Charlotte that doesn't give a rat's ass about defending, you can get away with just outscoring them.
So true. Yeah.
But you're going to play other teams who do and play both ways. The Milwaukees, the Bostons, when you move on in the playoffs, maybe the Philadelphias. I think Caleb Martin is really, and that's why I wrote about him, is the underrated rotation factor. So again, if you go back to, you have your starting lineup, I'm in agreement, Big O1, Max Strus starts. You have Adebayo and you have Tucker. Hopefully Tucker is healthy after last night's strain. You have Max Strus, you have Kyle Lowry, you have Jimmy Butler, fine. We know your next two are 6th Man of the Year award winner Tyler Hero. We know Dwayne Dedmon has been fine in that role of backup center. God bless Omar Yurtseven and his fans out there. So you have 2 remaining rotation roles among 4 players. Duncan Robinson, Gabe Vincent, Caleb Martin, and who am I leaving out here? Duncan Robinson, Caleb Martin.
Dedmon?
Gabe Vincent, and I'm just drawing a blank here. Not Markeith. There's another player in the mix there also, and Eric Spoelstra is going to have to make a decision among those remaining players who winds up getting the minutes and who doesn't. So I think there could be Dedmon games. I think there could be Vincent games, but I really am starting to think they're going to be Markieff Morris games no matter what. I think Markieff is just, not Markieff, Caleb Martin, rather, that he's just too valuable not to wind up playing.
Well, and by the way, guys, I had the audio issues at the top, so I forgot to mention this. Please make sure you hit the like button for us. It does us a huge favor, and thanks as always for hanging out with us. You mentioned something about Caleb Martin a couple of weeks ago that I thought was extremely important. That you went through all the things that he brings over these last couple of minutes, but didn't even mention this. His rebounding. And it's not necessarily that he runs in and he grabs the rebound, but when the Heat were having just a terrible rebounding issues, in particular in Philadelphia, they were giving up so many offensive rebounds. Remember that game against 76? 76ers were the worst offensive rebounding team in the league, and they annihilated Miami on the glass. Well, Caleb Martin was out. And the thing that you mentioned that made a lot of sense to me was Caleb Martin isn't necessarily the guy who's like, he's going to block everybody out and he's going to do like, but the energy that he brings, like, see ball, get ball. And he's just got the athletic ability to run up, go and either tip the ball to a teammate or make sure that somebody else on the other team doesn't get it. And, when you're talking about rebounding, one guy gets the rebound, but it's a team effort. And so when you have somebody like Caleb Martin who's running, jumping towards the basket, the other team kind of gets their eyes, like they're looking off to the side, kind of, all right, where's Superman going to fly?
You've got to put a body on the Energizer. Yes, that kind of player. That's what you need. Matter of fact, the name I left out was Victor Oladipo, as far as the other guy.
That tells you everything you need to know.
That he moved to the side. And I'm sure Heat Nation, Heat fans, I'm sure those who are in the chat right now, with us on YouTube are wondering why we didn't see more Vic after he scored 21, because people know the star name and recognize all that. So there will be tough decisions, but you want the energy. And you want the guy who's going to be there again. A bench role is different. When you're playing off the bench, it might be 12 minutes of energy. A guy like Vic is not used to that. Yes, he gave that to you in Toronto because he played 27 minutes. He got bigger minutes. He was able to do more. That's not going to happen. And when people ask me, why didn't Vic play yesterday and why does Caleb play? For this reason. You want the shots to go to Jimmy Butler. You want the shots to go to Tyler Hero. You will want, when he plays, the shots to go to Kyle Lowry. You have to find someone who goes into a game and says, if I don't shoot, what else can I do? God bless you, Victor Oladipo, but you're a career scorer. God bless you, Caleb Martin. You're not a career scorer. You will hustle. You will offensive rebound. You will make steals. You will take charges. You're that different kind of player. So again, when I get this about why are they playing this guy, not playing this guy, Clay, we're not talking about playing the 9 best guys. We're talking about playing the 9 guys that mesh together. That one guy who's willing to be an 8th man or one guy who's willing to be a 9th man. Not a Victor Oladipo who comes in after scoring 21 in Toronto on Sunday and is sitting in the postgame interview and goes, of course this is what I can do. If you give me the chance, I'm going to do this for you. But then Eric Spoelstra and Chris Quinn are saying, but that's not the kind of chance that's going to be there in the playoffs. Because my 8th and 9th man in the playoffs, when we don't have back-to-backs like they did in Chicago and Toronto, aren't going to play as much. So I think it's going to wind up getting a little uneven. I feel for Vic. I feel for Marquis for the time they missed. But you know what? Train has left the station. And those who were aboard all season are the ones who are going to be the engine of this team.
Chase says this, basically we have too many ballers. Yeah. I mean, and it's a good problem to have. And so, but a lot of people are still, Thomas, Cidola, Daniel Grafton, a lot of people still asking, Lewis Jones, a lot of people still asking about Oladipo and what you could see his role be in the playoffs. So I'm going to sidetrack a little bit after the break. I want to get more into Oladipo and where you could see him and where you might not see him. That and a lot more coming up right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Big O listeners can get a free doorbell camera. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them.
With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you.
It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield.
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welcome back to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. At Sloman's, we never charge for installation. There's no minimum requirements, no activation fee, no games. See how easy and affordable it is to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Here's what I love about this show. We had all these topics picked out, and Victor Oladipo wasn't one of them. And you guys drive this show. You guys do a really good job of kind of letting us know what you want to talk
boss.
about.
I didn't check the show sheet well enough. I apologize. My bad.
No, it's good because I think it kind of gives us a vibe of what Heat fans are thinking. So everybody's asking about Victor Oladipo, and we saw what he was able to do in Toronto the other night. And it's one of those where it's like, okay, you're resting some guys, and that's the kind of game where you're able to give Victor Oladipo some of the volume that a true scorer needs. But when you're looking at Victor Oladipo, he's not the type of guy, I don't think, and you correct me if I'm wrong on this, he's not the type of guy that in spurts he's going to come off the bench and he needs to get into the flow of a game a little bit to do what he did on Saturday night in Toronto. And to your point about who you're going to give those shots to at the end of ball games, would you rather have Jimmy Butler with the ball in his hands late in games or Victor Oladipo? Would you rather have Tyler Hero with the ball in his hands late in the game or Victor Oladipo? Kyle Lowry or Victor Oladipo? And so it's more, what are his strengths? And he's still good defensively. But who would you rather at this point in their careers, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but based on what we've seen this year, who would you rather late in games get switched off onto a Kyrie Irving, onto a Trae Young, onto one of these guys, a Fred VanVleet, onto one of these players late in a game on the line, Victor Oladipo or Caleb Martin? And so when you're talking about guys who are going to get these minutes, it's who fits best with the rest of the guys on the floor. And it's if you get guys hurt in the playoffs, for example, or you get guys in foul trouble, and Victor Oladipo is a perfect break-in case of emergency that he can come out there and do. But at this point on this roster, and this gets back to what Chase said, there's so many ballers on this team that Victor Oladipo just isn't quite up there with those three guys that I mentioned as far as who you want to have the ball in their hands late in the game. And he's not necessarily, to this point, going to bring you what Caleb Martin does when it comes to defense, rebounding, and that sort of thing. So he's just kind of stuck in this spot where there's probably going to be a game where he's going to contribute. But as far as being a consistent member of the rotation, it's hard to find a spot for him right now.
Yeah, when we went to the break, you spoke about the Heat having so many ballers that it's hard. I think what a team has is you have ballers and ballettes. And the ballers are your prime guys. And Victor Oladipo has never been asked to be a ballette, has never been told on any of his Pacers teams, Rockets teams, probably going back to the University of Indiana, and being told, there were three guys who were better on this team than you. Can you be my fourth or fifth man in a lineup? That's completely different for some guys. And some guys never adjust to that. We've sort of seen that in Michael Beasley's career when he was a player. He was always the ball guy, and it's hard not to be that guy. We've seen it in teams where they've started big threes, where Chris Bosh had to make the adjustment because he had such a dominant big two in LeBron and Dwayne Wade. We saw it this season with the Lakers, where Russell Westbrook was asked to take a secondary role, and Russell Westbrook said, what the hell is a secondary role? I'm shooting this three-pointer right now. That's where they are with Victor Oladipo. You know what? I was talking about this to someone with the Heat last night when I was driving home, and we said, Victor Oladipo, after this season, can easily go to a second-tier team, maybe even back to Indiana, and probably next season average 23 points and 6 assists a game and be a player again. He can in that kind of role. He could star in Sacramento. He could star in Houston. He could star in places where Oklahoma City, where teams are down. He can still do that. So Heat fan, people on our chat right now in the YouTube chat, if Vic does put up numbers somewhere else next season, that's not a surprise to us. I know that Victor Oladipo still can average 20. Can Victor Oladipo fit in as a fourth or fifth wheel? That's what you're talking about, Clay, when you talk about Caleb Martin. Caleb Martin is a fourth or fifth wheel. He's fine with that. Max Strus is that. Matter of fact, one of the Heat starting players is that. PJ Tucker. PJ Tucker doesn't want to shoot the damn ball. PJ Tucker can go scoreless, but it's not a Duncan Robinson scoreless. He's still
exactly.
doing other things for you. So he's a ballette, and that worked for him in that situation. Again, like what I said in the previous segment, use 10 fingers, but the 9 have to mesh together, not necessarily be your 9 players. That's who Max Strus is. Max Strus doesn't go out there saying, I'm going to lead this team in scoring, even though he's done it 6 times this season. And
That's
I think
crazy.
when we spoke to Duncan Robinson last night and what we've seen, I think Duncan's adjusting to that. Duncan in recent years had been a top 2 or 3 guy because of his dynamic three-point shooting, because Kyle Lowry wasn't here, because they needed that. Now it's not. And I think Duncan's going through this adjustment period based on last night. It's coming along fine. He's getting that. That's the thing. You eventually have to say to yourself, this ensemble thing was wonderful for 82 games, but this is the playoffs. We need the guy. And Clay, that's why you're seeing Kyle Lowry stepping it up now. He fed everyone. He makes sure everyone got their meals and got taken care of. But now in these last 2 weeks of the season when he's played, he's taking care of Kyle Lowry, because Kyle Lowry will need to be the man. Jimmy Butler will need to be the man. Bam Adebayo will need to be the man. Tyler Hero will need to be the man. And the other 4-5 guys in the rotation have to support them. I'm not sure that's Victor Oladipo's mentality. I'm not sure it has ever been Victor Oladipo's mentality.
And to be clear on this, it's not like if you went to Victor Oladipo tomorrow and you said, hey, we're going to put you in the rotation, but you're only going to get a couple of minutes a game. You're only going to get a couple of shots. Victor Oladipo is not going to tell you no. He's not going to say, oh, I don't want to do that. I would rather sit on the bench. It's more that certain guys need to have the ball in their hands to get into the flow of the game. What the Heat can't afford right now, that a team like Sacramento could afford, all these teams, they could afford 5 for 18 games from Victor Oladipo. The Heat can't afford that. The Heat need him to be able to, and there are just certain players on this team that are a little bit better at what Oladipo could bring you. And this goes back to the greater good. Just ask this question: does Oladipo want a ring or to be the guy? Being the guy isn't an open position here. Yeah, I think it's more that certain players just throughout the course of their careers, to go back to what you just said, being the guy allows them to be what makes them good or great. And it's not that they're not willing to adjust. It's that their game isn't necessarily able.
It's not who they are. It's not innately who they are.
Exactly.
So, Clay, if the Heat go up 3-0 or 3-1 in a series, let's say they have a Friday night game and a Saturday afternoon game, and maybe they sit Jimmy or they sit Kyle. Yeah, Vic can step in there and give it 22 and close out the series.
Yes.
He's there available to make it easier for everyone. But here's the difference. I wrote this story yesterday about Max Strus stepping up for Duncan Robinson. That was pretty well timed. And I mentioned in the story that Duncan Robinson had 9 scoreless games this season. But someone pointed out to me when I wrote that story, but Duncan only took 2 shots the other night. So it wasn't like he was scoreless on a high volume. And that's important because Duncan was willing to play a game and only take 2 shots. I am not so sure in whatever minutes Victor Oladipo plays that Vic is only going to have a 2-shot game. So each additional shot beyond those 2, 3, 4, 5 shots, comes from the menu of a Jimmy Butler, a Kyle Lowry, a Bam Adebayo, and a Tyler Hero. That's the difference. Eric Spoelstra is trying to form a playoff rotation, a playoff team of guys who's meshed together. This is not anything about Victor not doing what he needed to come back. It's still a hell of a story, and he still could wind up with a hell of a career. But the Heat are living in the moment. When Eric Spoelstra changed his rotation before the Sacramento game a week ago on Monday, he said, okay, playoff train. Now we're moving in a different direction. It wasn't a slight to anyone. It wasn't a slight to Duncan Robinson. It was, we're going to need to get those 16 wins in the postseason. What grouping gives me the best chance to get those 16 wins in the postseason?
And I do wonder, Ira, you always talk about what Eric Spoelstra does in that little break in between the last regular season game and the first playoff game. I wonder if there's more to come or if he just accelerated that process and did it before the Sacramento game because, like, again, break in case of emergency, they could kind of see things falling apart a little bit. Falling apart maybe a bit strong, but I think he recognized at that point, we can't afford to wait and just have game 1 of the playoffs be where we see whether or not this works. We got to do it right now. The greater good seems to be in our rundown here because what I want to get to next is what he mentioned with Kyle Lowry. Kyle is the guy, and we're kind of playing off of Kyle Guy, who is now Miami Heat legend, UVA legend, Miami. But with Kyle Lowry over the last couple of weeks, what I've noticed with him, and John Crotty mentioned this on the broadcast, and I thought it was a great point. When Kyle Lowry is scoring, it opens up things for everybody else because, and you mentioned that for the first, 2/3 of the season, 3/4 of the season, Kyle Lowry viewed his role as being, how do I get everybody else the shots that they need, to the detriment of his own scoring. And he was fine going out there and going 1 for 9, 1 for 10, because when you watch the game, you didn't realize at the end that he was 1 for 9, 1 for 10, because he was so impactful on the other end of the floor and he was so impactful on offense, getting guys the ball in the right spots. But what I've noticed, Ira, is when Kyle Lowry is scoring, defenses can't just play the passing lanes anymore. They can't just say, okay, I'm going to watch Lowry's eyes to see where he's looking. I'm going to look at the other guys and make sure that they're not getting to spot. You have to have a set of eyes, one eye on your man, one eye on Kyle Lowry to see if he's getting by, one eye to see if your man's coming up to set a screen where Lowry can come off and hit one of those. And he does it every time. It's fading to the left and hitting a three-pointer where it's like, no. Yes, it went in. So he's just got this extra ability when he's scoring to take the eyeballs from the other 4 defenders off of their man. And it just seems to be so much different when he's scoring, Ira. And my question to you is this sustainable? And do you think this was a conscious thing with him and with this team, knowing that they needed him to be able to do this for this team to reach its full potential?
Hell yes. He's a savant, and he's been around, and he's been in this league long enough, and he won a championship in Toronto. He knows what matters. Like I said, when we were talking at the top of the show about the 4-game losing streak and was the sky falling, these were guys who were bored of the moment, of the blah, blah, blah of the regular season. I think Jimmy Butler might have been less interested in this regular season than any ever. I think Jimmy just wanted to get through this. He had enough. He knew what happened in the playoffs last year against Milwaukee was so humbling that he wanted to get back to the playoffs so that he can get super crazy locked in, whatever phrase he's going to use this year. But Kyle was the same way. Kyle knows you have to go through the drudgery. You prefer to go through the drudgery with the top seed because it makes home games and life easier down the road. And then he hit go time. And then he said, okay, now. And what you're referring to, Clay, by Kyle stepping into the 3, some from pretty good distance also, it changes the defense. All of a sudden, his defender has to be more compact up to him. It reminds me to a degree of a guy like Lamar Jackson, that you never know when he's going to take off with the ball as well. So you always have to have a defender spying for that possibility, and that changes the entire defense. They're not playing 5-on-4 defensively against your other guys. That's what Kyle's doing now. And by these few regular season games, he knew when he needed to get going. He's planted the seed that Kyrie and Trey and LaMelo, and maybe Darius, you better be right up on me. Because I showed you those last 2 weeks in the regular season. I'll score if your butt's sitting back there in the paint. So that was perfectly timed. The other thing you said before you mentioned that was, did Eric Spoelstra want to do this now? I don't think so. I think this is that glass case break open in case of emergency. He wanted to open that in the playoffs. You know, we talk about a team running a special or a fake punt or a fake field goal, and we always hear you want to save that for the big moment. And then a team will run it early in the season because they're in that desperate situation. And the commentator will go, well, that's someone that everyone has seen now, and they'll go to school on that. I think this was earlier than Eric Spoelstra wanted to, but the 4-game losing streak and the incident made him do it a little bit sooner. So now the book is out a little. Yes, I agree.
And it may be a blessing in disguise, right, that they had to break it earlier because they were able to get used to that. Now, the flip side of that is you give other teams film, and they can go to school on you ahead of the playoffs. But you're really only talking about a game or 2 difference to where other teams are able to adjust to that. I thought it was more important, even though they're going to keep telling us that this regular season was meaningless, I thought it was more important that they get back on the same page before the playoffs began. Because if you go back to last year, even though they won that game in Boston to avoid the play-in, it never felt like that team was back on the same page to where they were the year before. Whereas this team, and look, part of that was the weird COVID year where you didn't have anything of a break. Nobody got to get the time off. This year, I thought it was important that they get back on the same page. And I wanted to say one more thing about Kyle Lowry. You mentioned the incident, and maybe this is me being too psychoanalytical about this whole thing, but it felt like that moment where, they're in the huddle and everybody's going after each other. And you have Lowry coming over in the middle of them saying, time out. Let's chill here. And then Kyle Lowry being the first one to grab the microphone at the post-game news conference. And I mentioned this before, and you kind of clarified this. It's not that Kyle Lowry won't do media availabilities. It's that he doesn't suffer the blasé questions, the cliche questions. But that moment after that game, it was like Kyle Lowry kind of sensed this team needed somebody to be a leader. This team needed somebody who was confident and used to being the guy, both vocally, that can play both sides of this. Not the Jimmy Butler who's going to be grinding on everybody all the time.
I agree.
But somebody who can kind of play good cop and bad cop. And Lowry knew in that moment that it was his turn to step up and be the leader of this team. And Ira, I just think it speaks so highly to who he is and what he's been throughout his career that he could kind of sense that moment with this team. And it does feel like in some ways becoming his team.
Yeah, UD's the captain of the bench, but Kyle's the captain on the court. And he might be sort of the creamer you put in the coffee that soothes Jimmy Butler a little bit from that kick.
And by the way,
he
said that. He
Yes.
said that before he got here.
He
He
did.
said, I know what Jimmy Butler's about. I know.
And I'll take care of that. It's exactly what he said. I'll take care of that. Don't worry about Jimmy anymore. So even with the Spo incident and everything, he was there. He was in the middle. And I think that's important. So I think that's what's changed Jimmy also, that Jimmy doesn't sort of get like he did in that one moment. There was only one Jimmy Butler moment this season. Maybe without Kyle, there would have been 2, 3, or 4. So I agree with that. Kyle's the captain. Kyle's the one who's steering this whole thing. And I don't mean to condescend here, but maybe even more than Eric Spoelstra, because you could see on the court, he's the floor general. You see what a true Stockton-like point guard can do for your team. He's running everything. He's getting players in the right place. It's like Tom Brady sitting back there in the pocket. You have the ultimate confidence that he's going to make the right read.
And we're up against a break, but I just want to emphasize this. I underestimated the type of impact that having somebody with his mentality could have, especially on a team like this where, remember Myers Leonard used to always say, Jimmy's our leader. Jimmy's our leader. And I think he can be to a certain extent, but there has to be a balance sometimes. And it certainly felt like in that moment with that, what happened in the huddle, they needed to find a balance somewhere. And I don't know that last year's team would have found that balance without somebody like Kyle Lowry who could step up and do that. So props to him, done so much this year. And I thought that was kind of the quintessential moment where it showed what he's all about. All right, moving forward, who do you want to play? Who do you not want to play in the playoffs? We're talking playoffs, baby, next right here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. The home stretch here on Inside the Paint. And we're talking playoffs. Talking about playoffs? My inner Jim Mora there. Jim Mora Sr., great Saints coach. But when you're looking at these postseason matchups, Ira, and we talked about it a little bit in the crossover, and I think we can all agree that you don't want to see Brooklyn in the first. We can talk about, they're not as good as everybody seems to think they are. Vegas has them higher than the Heat. You don't. This is what it's about. You don't want to have to face Brooklyn and Milwaukee or Boston and Philadelphia. You do not want to play Brooklyn. So I think we can all agree. But among these other teams, your Chicago's not going to be in the mix in all likelihood unless they lose all their remaining games and Cleveland wins all theirs. But among Cleveland, Charlotte, Atlanta, who do you not want to play? Who do you not want to play among that group? What's the one team among that group that you're kind of like, I'd rather avoid them in the first round if at all possible?
It's not a choice. And it's what you and I have been talking about for weeks, and Big O's been poo-pooing. But that's the reality, that when you play the Nets, they will have the best player on the court in Kevin Durant, best player in the Eastern Conference, and at times, arguably, the two best players on the court, because Kyrie, when he wants to score, can score. It's almost like if you gave the Heat the playoff board and said, congratulations, you're the number one seed, you get to set the playoffs. The Heat would set themselves as a number one, of course, and they would set Brooklyn as the number 7. And here's why. The number 1 plays the number 8. So if you have Brooklyn out of there, you're playing Atlanta, Charlotte, or Cleveland. I would prefer Cleveland because I think they're just glad to be there. But I think the Heat will win any of those series. But here's the next important thing. If I'm lining up the playoffs because I'm the number 1 seed, and that's the new NBA rule, thank you, Adam Silver, I'm going to put, say, Milwaukee 2, Boston 3, Philadelphia 4, Chicago 5, Toronto 6, and then the play-in teams. And here's why. Then if the Heat beat their first-round opponent, say Charlotte or Atlanta or Cleveland, any of them, they play the winner of the 4-5. In the 4-5 I just gave you, it's Chicago, Philadelphia. I'll take that. Probably Philadelphia. We've seen them. They've been very uneven since the Harden trade. And then you wait until the Eastern Conference Finals to get Boston or Milwaukee. But if you wind up in a different configuration and all of a sudden Boston or Milwaukee are in that 4-5 series, like you said, Clay, you could have Brooklyn in the first round. You could have Boston or Milwaukee in the second round, and then a Philadelphia to finally get to the NBA Finals, and it's a much tougher path. So as much as we're looking at the top of the standings, again, the Heat's magic number is 1. If they beat Atlanta on Friday at FTX Arena or Orlando on Sunday at the Amway Center, they're in their number 1. That's going to happen. It's going to happen for another reason, because Boston and Milwaukee only need to lose 1 game apiece if the Heat don't win again. And Boston and Milwaukee play each other on Thursday. Yes. So there's going to be 1 loss there anyway. So that's pretty much taken care of. It really is standings watching for the Heat. I'll give you the other example. You're talking about who I don't want to play. If it's Philadelphia and Toronto at 4-5, which it looks like it might be, we know the Raptors give the Heat fits. We know those games have been brutal and have gone down to the wire. So all of a sudden, you could have the Heat in the first round playing Brooklyn. In the second round, playing Toronto or Philadelphia. And that's the tougher path also. I think the greater standings watching for the Heat right now is not the Heat at the top, but where everything else falls into place. I would love to see Toronto fall back to 6th. I would love to see Chicago and Philadelphia in the 4-5. Better matchup for the Heat, as good as Joel Embiid has been on his MVP type level. But I'm just telling you, Clay, right now. Matter of fact, I'm going to play the game with you, Clay, right now, okay? I want you to give me a number. Big O, if you're there, you want to pop in or whatever, feel free. If not, I understand also. The Heat play the Charlotte Hornets in the first round. Heat in how many games, Clay?
5.
Okay, I don't disagree. Big O, you there? You want to pop in? Heat versus Hornets.
Sweep.
Sweep, 4-0. Okay.
Yeah, they swept them this year. They
swept them during the regular season. Charlotte doesn't play defense. Usually you have to play defense to win the playoffs. Heat versus Cleveland Cavaliers. Clay?
5.
Big O?
Well, I'll give them one game. I'll give them one game.
I go 5. I say
show me a little
sweep.
moxie this year.
Gentlemen sweep, because they might have the moment when their bigs are all big and Kevin Love is hitting threes and Markkanen is hitting threes. I agree with that. Heat versus Trae Young and the Atlanta Hawks.
One game, 5, I say too.
Clay?
Yeah, I'd say 5, potentially 6 if you have a couple of Trae Young games.
Yes. My answer to that.
That's what's changed. This team
don't, and John Collins has been out also, and John Collins had been a Heat killer, and he's been injured. I'm going to say 6 because Trae Young has shown, even in last year's playoffs, he can win a few games for you. He's that dynamic.
We have Caleb Martin, dude.
Yes, we have Trae Young stopper.
The Trae Young shut down.
So now in Atlanta's locker room, there's going to be a thing. Heat host Orlando Alzagari says Heat have Trae stopper. It'll be on you, Big O.
Lock down, Caleb.
Let's get to the moment of truth right now. Miami Heat, Brooklyn Nets, first round. Kyrie eligible to play in all 7 games. No, you probably want a few seconds to think here, but this is radio. This is online. We stream right away. Clay Ferraro, Heat versus Brooklyn Nets.
I'm going 6, and I think it's because in the playoffs, how often do you have blowouts really in the playoffs when you have two teams? And I'm not saying that Brooklyn is as a team even with the Heat at this point, but when you have teams that are close enough, these games come down to a few possessions late in the ball game. And to your point, Kevin Durant is going to be the best player on the floor. I think we can all agree. So if you're going possession for possession and Kevin Durant gets the ball in his hands, I would have concern that Kevin Durant could win 2 games by himself in a possession.
Fair enough. And
Big O,
where would you go with that?
I'm repeat everything Clay just said. It's 6. I'm going to give the Nets respect because Kevin Durant's an absolute badass.
Yeah,
they don't have enough to stop. I think the Heat when it's all said and done. So I think they'll wear them out in 6.
See, I think it could be 7, and that's where I'm glad the Heat will have the home game at FTX Arena. The 3-point shooting we saw last night at home, they're a different team. Yeah. I just think that Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving have enough championship-level moxie to push that thing to the distance. And I also think it'd be one of those Game 7s where, oh, my God, Kyrie just put him ahead by 2 with 11 seconds to go before Kyle Lowry hits a 3 to put it away. I'm telling you guys, that will be excruciating. That will be grueling because you do not go into a game and say, they're just the Hornets, they're just the Cavaliers, they're just the no-defense Atlanta Hawks. That'll be the worst possibility. And I would not put it out of the realm that we're doing our Sloman's Inside the Paint, Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show, wrapping up the Heat season after that series. That, to me, is the nightmare scenario because those 2 guys are championship-level winners. And I'm telling you, that's why, Big O, next weekend or 2, Accurate Pembroke Pines reports on our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint on Wednesday. We're going to be tracking those play-in games and have decided teams that Heat Nation will be rooting for because you just don't want any part of the stinking Nets.
Yeah, can I just say one thing, though? And this is everything that you're saying is logically correct. This team is not logical. There's something about this team, and I don't know what it is, but they just, for whatever reason, when their backs are against the wall or when they're being whatever, you seem to see the best in this team. Now, I completely agree with you because I think when you look at, hey, you don't want to have to play 3 of the best teams back to back to back if you don't have to because of getting extended, right? It's not that you don't think that you're going to win that series. It's that, okay, it's grueling. It's an extra game means somebody might get hurt. You go back to last year in the playoffs. how much of a role did injuries play in that Brooklyn-Milwaukee series? I mean, that it's getting extended can be a problem. But with all that said, I don't know, man. This team, like every time you think they're going to zig, they zag. We kept looking at the schedule saying, oh, well, they had this stretch coming up where they're going to play the Knicks at home. Hey, they're going on the road to play Philadelphia with no Joel Embiid, no James Harden. They're weird. And they're weird in a great way where when their backs are against the wall. So I could see them coming out
I'll spin it this
scenario.
way. Let me spin it this way to you guys. If this is the team that suffers the injury to Goran and to Bam,
right?
Isn't it better suited to recover right now?
Yeah.
You know, not that you want to recover from Bam because Bam is Bam, and I get that. But if you lose Goran, it's like, in other words, this year, if something happens to somebody in the starting lineup, there is depth now. There is a second and sometimes even a third person you can go to at certain positions on this bench, which is the freakish thing that you're talking about now, Clay, that this team has adjusted to all the craziness all year.
Right, because yes, remember who filled in? Remember who filled in for Bam? Thanks, by the way, Big O. Remember who filled in for Bam? Myers Leonard filled in for Bam.
That's right.
That tells you where they were on that team. So, and Clay, the other point is when we're playing our game of Heat in the first round, you've seen what Nets Bucks looks like in last year's playoff series.
That's right. That's right.
Overtime to the wire. You saw it just recently when the Bucks played the Nets in that national television game, how it went to the wire and it was grueling and exhausting. How much fun would it be to play Cleveland or Charlotte in the first round, be done after 5 games, and sitting there and eating your popcorn while the Bucks and the Nets go at it in the 2-7? So these seedings matter. The seedings will affect the championship odds as much as the quality of the team also. Because like we said, in the East playoff pool, you have teams like Chicago and like Cleveland and like Charlotte just glad to be there. And you have teams hell-bent. Daryl Morey's entire future of what he planned for the 76ers is banked on the James Harden trade and what they did this year. It's go time. The Nets and trading away Harden and fighting all the vaccine requirements for Kyrie and getting him back. It's go time for Brooklyn right now. You have some teams, Milwaukee. Can they justify what they did last year? Can they back it up? It's go time for them. So I think there's 2 different levels of playoff teams in the East. There's the glad to be there and you want to play them. And it's the desperate to win and you don't want to play them. The seedings are going to go a long way to determining the path of least resistance in this year's playoffs.
And to be clear, I want to say this one more time. It's not that you are fearing any team. It is, as far as losing in the first round or whatever, it's simply playing the probabilities. And you don't want to have to extend yourself any further than you have to. And that's why you want to get that 1 seed typically, because you're typically playing a lesser team. Seeing the way that this is going to shake out, and again, you could play the standings game all you want, but if you look at where Brooklyn is right now, and we brought this up in the first segment, Brooklyn's in the 8th spot, and that's by virtue of a tiebreaker with Atlanta. If you're able to beat Atlanta on Friday night, then you're getting yourself into a situation where, and this is the position you kind of want to be, I would think, if you're the Heat. Not only are you the 1 seed, but you're pushing Brooklyn by virtue of beating Atlanta into that 7-8 game. And if they end up playing a Cleveland, for example, they're going to Cleveland, and we don't know if Jared Allen's going to play. He might be able, but you're talking about a much more winnable game for Brooklyn, which would immediately put them as the 7, and then you would be the 1. So if you're not up on how this all works, it's bottom line, it's important the Heat go out there and they win on Friday night.
Yeah, it's
an
important game for the Heat. And the other part of it is some people I've heard say this, well, maybe Brooklyn will lose to Cleveland because they'd rather play the Heat because Milwaukee's a tough series. You can't take that chance for this reason. The Nets will play the Cavaliers if the Nets wind up at 7 for the right to, wind up at number 8 for the right to be number 7. If they lose that 7-8 game, they're 1 game from elimination against Charlotte or Atlanta where there's no playoffs. You can't take a risk that if you play Cleveland and go, okay, we're up by 3 with 3 minutes to go, but we'd rather play the Heat. Go ahead, Darius Garland, get a few layups. We'll just win at home tomorrow. You can't do that because if Kyrie Irving twists his ankle in the first quarter of a game against the winner of 9 or 10, your entire season is crap canned and you're out of there. So yeah, if the Nets can't take care of business in a 7-8 game against Cleveland, then maybe you do rethink and you go, they're not who you thought they are. So if they get into 7-8, that's the best of all worlds if the Heat are number one. And you're right. If you beat Atlanta, you're pushing them down a peg, and you're making it a lot easier for the Nets to win out. And they're going to play Cleveland on Saturday, and maybe even the Nets to win out and be home in the 7-8 game.
You don't want to get extended. And that's not just Miami, that's Brooklyn. And again, you go back to last year in the playoffs, that Brooklyn-Milwaukee series, who knows what happens if James Harden isn't fighting the hamstring, if Kyrie Irving doesn't get hurt. By getting extended, you put yourself at risk for injuries. You put yourself at risk for getting exposed on film one extra game. Yes. There is no situation where you want to get extended. So that's why if you're the Heat,
and you're going to be playing your playoff opener 48 hours later as opposed to 96 hours later. You want to be done on Tuesday and Wednesday when you start on Saturday or Sunday. You don't want to be done on Thursday or Friday when you start on Saturday or Sunday. That alone, you push your players through 2 play-in games, desperation games, and then you have to come back and start on the road a best-of-7 series. We're going to see pretty soon who the Brooklyn Nets are, and if they are who they think they are.
Real quickly, we got like 20 seconds, Ira. Anything new on Eric Spoelstra? Anything on PJ Tucker's calf strain?
The 5-day quarantine for Eric Spoelstra isolation will go through Friday's game unless he produces 2 negative tests. If he was at the end of his coronavirus, there's a chance he can be back Friday. Probably no reason to rush regardless. PJ Tucker, because of that strain, will be evaluated today. They will practice tomorrow. I'd assume they give him the time off. You know, we've been talking about getting him the time off anyway. You can work around him, especially if Markieff Morris is back from his hip flexor strain, or else you are a little shorthanded at power forward. The Heat aren't going to push anyone at this point, whether it's the coach, whether it's the player. It's all about being right for the playoffs. That's why Kyle Lowry got last night off.
Thanks as always, guys. The Big O Show rolls on next. Thanks as always right here on Inside the Paint.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A-plus rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OKCoin studios. OKCoin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OKCoin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OKCoin studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Oh, hope you all are doing well. Yes. Welcome back. Great job by Ira and Clay as always. Thanks to all of you out there. Don't forget to smash the like button as you're listening to the podcast anywhere in the world at any time. Please smash it. If you happen to be watching right now on YouTube, please smash that like button. Man, it's good day today, right? It's a good day, a good Wednesday. We had a really good night last night. That was entertaining as hell to watch the Panthers fall behind by 4 goals. We were talking about this on Saturday. They're never out of any game. On Saturday we were on and they fell behind early on. I was like, don't worry about it. I'm never concerned. And sure enough, they came back again from a major deficit and they did it again last night. We saw the Heat obviously dominate the Hornets last night. That was a lot of fun to get their 52nd victory of the season. And that's one of the reasons why I really liked that game yesterday. That was one that was, as Rodney Dangerfield would say, that was easy money is what it was. That was a layup in basketball terms because I just knew the Heat would want to finish the season off and light these fools up and win the game. That way, the next 2 games, they can coast because a lot of them are going to end up resting. They don't need these 2 games. These 2 games are absolutely useless. They're 2.5 games ahead of the Celtics. They're not going to lose the #1 spot already. So now they get to coast, and the backups will play. And they'll probably win, what do they play? Atlanta on Friday and then Orlando on Sunday. They'll probably split. One of the 2 there. So, bad news, good news, I guess. Speaking of Orlando, anybody planning on going to the Mammoth Dirty Honey concert on Sunday at the Hard Rock in Orlando? Yours truly will be there. My Greep and myself will be going up there as always. My buddy and I will be rocking and rolling up there. Bad news. Wolfgang and some of somebody on the band or Wolfgang, whatever, they ended up picking up COVID. So they had to cancel the rest of the tour dates with Dirty Honey. I thought Dirty Honey was also canceled. No, Dirty Honey is still doing the rest of the tour. So those of us that are going to it on Sunday, we get to see a longer set of Dirty Honey, which I was looking forward to seeing Wolfie's band, but I gotta be transparent. Dirty Honey for me is one of my favorite young bands that is out there, and I want to see those guys a bunch. So it's almost like I get to see a whole headlining set from them. I saw them as an opener a couple months ago over at the Cruzan Amphitheater. Now I get to see a full set. So if you live in that Central Florida area. Listen, if you live in South Florida or if you live in North Florida and you want to see one of the best young rock bands on the planet, Dirty Honey is going to be over at the Hard Rock in Orlando. Freaking awesome band. Awesome band. Can't wait. That's going to be a freaking treat to be able to go up there. I'm going to have a smile this size on my face as I'm driving up to go see Dirty Honey on Sunday, man. Oh, that is so awesome. So awesome. I love it. Anyway, Appreciate all of you out there. Don't forget, you can reach out to the Welt and Rayom text line. That's 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. We've got a loaded show for you today. Ian Rappaport is about to join us any second now. He normally does at 10:10 here. Got a bunch of stuff that we want to talk about with him. Dolphins and other things around the NFL. John Ruiz is going to join us at 11. So we will talk to the man, the LifeWallet. And, of course, he has been a strong supporter of the University of Miami and has created an incredibly large NIL program for the kids. And I got to see it firsthand going to his offices, and I got a kick out of it because I thought it was really, really cool. And I can't wait to bring him on and talk to him about that. You know, when I went there, it was a volleyball player and a softball player, I think it was. And, you know, it wasn't just the football players, or maybe even to a lesser extent, the basketball players. No, it was other athletes. And I thought that was cool too, that a lot of these athletes who probably didn't even count on an NIL going to, you know, the University of Miami, they got a little extra money in their pockets in order to, get through life, which we all need a little extra money to get through life, right? It's not easy. So I like what John is doing, helping some of these kids out. Universities have been milking all this stuff for many, many years. And I'm talking about football and basketball, certain programs, of course. And we've always been this whole thing about, they're getting the education. Yeah, but sometimes that's not what they're going there for. They're kind of going there. It's almost like sometimes for some football players, it's really a vocational school. You're really going for a specific thing that you want to learn so you can move on in life. You're not trying to learn all the other stuff. And that's kind of what you do in a vocational school. You're just going to study and do what you're moving on to in your career. You know, that's why vocational schools are really good, because it kind of cuts through all the BS and allows the student to focus on whatever. If they want to be a mechanic, if they want to be a nurse, if they want to be whatever the vocational schools are out there, it's a cool thing. But in a way, that's kind of what it becomes for these athletes for many, many years. And the schools have been milking it. And so it's nice to see them get some of that money. So we'll talk to John Ruiz at 11 o'clock. I'm looking forward to that conversation. That'll be a lot of fun with him. And he's doing a lot of good things. He's kind of become really the left tackle of the University of Miami. In a way, that's kind of what he is. It's Miami has needed the extra ammunition in order to compete with the elite, and now they have it. That's the beauty. Now they have it. So anyway, we're waiting for Ian Rappaport. And he'll join us now any minute. Let's see. I do not think the students should be paid by the universities, but I am so glad NIL exists. To stop someone from using their image and likeness is insane. Yeah, that's where you and I are going to disagree, because those kids, they're making millions off the kids. And a lot of those kids, like I said, they're just going to play football or basketball. And then their mindset is they want to move on to the league. They're not thinking of anything else. All right, let's bounce around the NFL. We do it every Wednesday. Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network, buddy of mine, known him for a long, long time, does an exceptional work of covering this league. So let's ask him a little bit about the Dolphins and other things going on around the NFL with our Sloman's look around the NFL.
Football fans, it's time to look around the NFL. It's the Sloman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. In the NFL, you need a great offensive line for protection. In life, call 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. No one protects your family like Sloman's Home Security. Now, let's find out the latest in the NFL with one of the best reporters in the business, Ian Rappaport.
All right, let's do it. Good morning, my brother. How you doing? How you feeling?
What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing good. Cannot complain. By the way, that picture that we have of you, which is obviously famous for you with the smirk, where did that start? That sideways smile of yours that became kind of like your signature. Do you remember?
Yeah, I mean, probably when I was 4. My mom still talks about that. I have 2 boys, 7 and 8, and the oldest definitely smirks just like I do when he's like, kind of happy or like just acknowledging something good. It's kind of funny. I mean, yes, like that's many people bring that up, and the fact that it has now been passed on to at least one of my children is, kind of funny and interesting, I would say.
Yeah, it's you and what's her name? Was it Kayla Maroney or something? Right? Was that the gymnast?
She had
right?
a moment. I remember she was
right. She had
one
her
of the
smirk
first,
too, right?
One of the first people to get memed, I believe.
Yes, exactly. I'm with you. So I want to ask you something. How far have the Jets fallen in the AFC East? Because I'm watching the Dolphins made a lot of good moves. Plus, they've won 9 and 10 games the last 2 years. So they're actually a decent team. The Patriots are a decent team. We know the Bills are the class of the division. And we just heard, I guess, their trade offer to DK Metcalf fell short or something. So how far have the Jets fallen in the AFC East?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'm sure there are teams calling on DK Metcalf. I know, it's something Seattle has dealt with. I don't get any sense that Seattle wants to trade DK Metcalf. I mean, and then some of the teams mentioned as possibilities. I mean, I know the Jets would be potentially a possibility there. But the others, like, people think the Packers may trade for Metcalf. Like, okay, well, if they weren't sure about paying Devonta Adams all that money, then they're going to trade for someone else's receiver to pay him all that money. Like, I know he's younger, but anyway, there's still a lot to be decided there. I don't get the sense they want to trade him at all. As far as the Jets, I mean, yes, I think they've probably fallen a little bit, but I'm not, to me, they're still probably where they should be because they're still like a year away from really, really competing. And, this is supposed to be a transition year. It's supposed to be a year you build on. Maybe you get 7 wins and you say, all right, the quarterback took a big step. We have 7 wins. Next year is the year we kind of go for it. Otherwise, what the Jets could end up being is one of those teams that spends a lot of money in free agency or spends a lot of draft capital, for instance, and doesn't have a lot to show for it. Like, that's not what you want because that is what happens when, that the result of that is generally you end up cutting guys 2 years out.
It's just I have a hard time believing they're going to be better this year in the win column when the division is that much better. That's the problem.
And I do think the division is better. And, it's interesting for the Dolphins because I think they did get a lot better personnel-wise. They have a new coach. They have not a new defensive coordinator, but Brian Flores is now no longer going to be heavy-handed in the defense since he no longer works for the Dolphins. So, how much better are they going to be than last year? I mean, last year they had, 9 and 8, right?
Yeah. They're a 9 and 10 team the last 2 years.
Pretty solid year. So,
yeah, dude, if Mike McDaniel figures things out and gets them to be a decent offense, your defense actually should be better because that means your offense is on the field more,
right?
And you're scoring more points. Really, it's proven it's a 9 or 10 win team the last 2 years. So you just fix the offense, you might be 11 or 12.
Right, and to me, like, based on where the Dolphins are, the personnel they brought in, the changes they've made, like, they kind of have to be, right? I mean, they have set up the expectations to where they need to be very good. And it's going to be interesting, early on in the season, it's going to be fascinating because if they are not kind of where everyone expects, like, how does the public react? How do the Dolphins fans react? Internally, how do the Dolphins react? Because I think that's Mike McDaniel is an awesome X's and O's guy. He has not yet been a head coach. Now, I imagine he'll kind of shrug and move on like he does with most things. His demeanor seems to be really good for this situation, but still he's never been through it, so you really don't know.
Let me ask you something. When it comes to JC Tretter and the greed factor goes, Dolphin fans get Gordon Gecko on you here, and they keep asking me about JC Tretter, and he's hanging out there, and there's some talk about an injury issue or something along those lines, and he is up there a little bit in years, but dude, he's a heck of a player. Why is he still out there, Ian? Is he asking for too much? Is there an injury concern? What's going on with JC Tretter?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more he hasn't gotten the money that he wants, right? So, if you're a veteran and you've been through it and you don't really need to go to OTAs or minicamp, honestly, like you might as well just wait. And I think for Tretter, like he's experienced enough where, he's going to be fine. It's not like he needs to come in and learn a scheme. Like he'll handle it perfectly. Like just has not gotten the money he wants. And I think he's at the point in his career where if he doesn't get the money he wants, he could just retire.
Wow.
Just step away and say like, all right, I'm good. Like I've made a lot of money. I'll go to the next phase, which I assume will be focusing on being NFLPA president and whatever else he wants to do. Like that's where he is in his career because he's a really smart guy and he's made a lot of money. So if you're going to sign him, like you're really going to have to pay for it.
All right, Ian Rappaport joining us here in our Slowman's Look around the NFL. Miami does not pick till, I think, the 102nd pick, which is late in the third round. And I was talking about this yesterday. Noah Igbinoghene now. You drafted him because you had that offseason where X ended up having the domestic issue, the knee injury, and you signed him to a long-term contract.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you had all those issues and you had to draft Noah as an insurance policy. Now that you've signed X to that long-term contract, maybe Byron Jones next year could be moved, but what do they do with Noah? And is there any chance that somebody would trade for him that might have liked him also in the draft a couple of years ago? Because it's going to be a while before the young man actually gets real play on the field to find out whether he can play or not.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he pushes at least one of those guys for playing time. But, the Byron Jones issue is interesting because he's injured right now. I think he should be okay, but you don't really know. So, if you believe that Noah Igbinoghene could even possibly maybe become a starting corner, he is still very cheap. So to me, those are not the guys you want to trade. Worst comes to worst, he's a special teamer who fills in on defense for not a lot of money. So to me, if you're going to trade him, like you're not going to get a 1. Maybe you'd get a 5. So like, is that worth it in a trade? Or could he potentially do more things to make you say like, all right, now we see why we drafted this guy number 1. Now, I mean, I would also say that it's a different regime. So a lot of times what happens is the old draft picks that the old people picked sort of fall by the wayside, except the GM is still there. So, we don't know who really was the impetus behind picking Igbinoghene. But anyway, to answer your question, like, guys on cheap contracts are probably the guys you want to keep around just in case.
Okay. Ian, what happens with this Washington mess, man? Because in a way, I've talked about it on the show. It's kind of twofold, right? Down here with them, with what's going on with Stephen Ross, whether he did pay for lose or whatever, if he did offer to Flores or not, we all know Flores is going to need some hard evidence. But the bottom line is the league doesn't want any of this to ever be true because it's more important to protect the shield than the Washington logo or the Dolphin logo in either case. So what happens in this Washington situation now that this gentleman, said that maybe they were withholding money from visiting teams in the league? So what are you hearing about all of this? Because at one point or another, the owners have to say, all right, we got to protect the shield, but we can't keep tolerating what's going on in Washington.
Yeah, I mean, it's really depends on, is it true or not? I mean, for someone associated with Congress to leak this to, a publication, Front Office Sports, or however this has gotten out, it makes you wonder. Someone thinks something is true. I don't know what it is, but somebody thinks something is true. And that is at least interesting. Right now, if I would say, the Washington Commanders are in a similar situation to where Stephen Ross is, because if it is true, the consequences are dire. Like, they are extremely, extremely serious. We just don't know if they're true or not yet. And I think, the league is investigating Stephen Ross. They're investigating the tanking allegations, all of that. And, to me, like, it's not that difficult, assuming people save their text messages, especially when they're sensitive, like, should be able to figure it out pretty quickly. And, I think in the case of, Stephen Ross, it would be when everyone left the meeting, did everyone text each other? And would that corroborate what he allegedly said in the meeting? With Daniel Snyder, it's probably a little more difficult to show, like, did he really have 2 books or whatever they allege or not? But Congress is on it. And when Congress is on it, the investigation is really kicking into gear. And whatever they find, I mean, they start one place, they could end up in a different place. And whatever they find, they find.
Ian, before I let you go, what is happening with the Deshaun Watson situation? How is the league looking at this? Because the judge now is requiring Watson to answer questions about consensual sex. So is the league still leaving this kind of open about what kind of suspension he's probably facing? And is it a guarantee that there will be a suspension for Deshaun Watson in 2022?
I would say it is not a guarantee. It feels like it's headed that way, but I do not know for sure. And I don't think anybody does. I mean, I know teams involved were bracing for it, knowing that it could be a possibility. But until the civil case is over, then I don't know what we're going to know. And it seems like the league has still not talked to Deshaun Watson when it comes to their investigation. So there's still a lot to be determined. Now, the league has, not often, but has at times decided something before civil is over. So, like, this all could be figured out at some point soon. We just don't know what it's going to be. But suspension is possible. I think teams are aware. Could it be 4 games, 6 games, half a season? No games, I would say, seems unlikely, but, nobody really knows. And it's, in a way, like, Cleveland obviously answered a big question for their quarterback going forward, but the looming suspension creates a lot more questions as well.
Follow him on Twitter at Rap Sheet. And, of course, catch him on the NFL Network. The man is constantly breaking stories, and you can catch him once a week here with our Slowman's Look around the NFL. Ian, thank you, my brother. I will hopefully see you. We'll talk next week, but hopefully see you in Vegas. We want to get you over to Tommy Rock. All right.
I look forward to it, man. Take care. Thank you,
brother. Be good. You got it. There you go. Ian Rappaport, baby. Our Slowman's Look around the NFL.
You've been listening to the Slowman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. With Slowman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Slowman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with Ian Rappaport is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search and subscribe to Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button.
All righty, there it is. We thank him. Oh, tapping that app. Oh, yeah. Have you downloaded that app yet? Tap that app. Liquor Split. Yes, tap that app. What's going on? Yeah. Tap that app. Little Liquor Split for you. That way you could listen, you're watching the Heat game, the Panther game. You forgot something to drink. Liquor Split. Tap the app. You download the app. Everybody loves to tap that app. Come on. Get yourself a little vodka, a little whiskey, a little bourbon, a little wine, get a little Edge energy drink so you can mix it with that vodka. You know what I'm saying? That rum. Ooh, Man, what a combination. You got snacks. Tap that app, iOS or Android. There it is, Liquor Split. You are going to love it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, you are. I'm telling you. She even agrees, right? It's a hot app.
Sizzling.
Yeah, it's a sizzling app. So make sure you check it out there. Tap that app. Liquor Split. Search for it. All right. Anyway, got a bunch of stuff going on. We thank Ian Rappaport for joining us here on the program. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. The Bills have extended Stephon Diggs' contract 4 years. The extension, $104 million, $70 million of it is guaranteed, which locks him in for at least 6 more years on the team. Doesn't mean he'll play out the whole 6 years. This is probably around a 4-year deal or something like that you'll need out of him at least. And then the back end, if you need to get out of it, you'll probably be able to get out of it. Maybe even after 3, if it's 20-something million a year or whatever, that's what they're going to give him. You get that bonus out of the way over the first part of the contract, and then you can move on, and the cap hits won't be that bad. But either way, they have to do it. These are things that you have to do. You have to sacrifice. If you're making the run, you have to make the commitment, and that's part of it right there. So I give them credit that they are making a commitment to that. Tongues to Wolf says, Big O, is Bobrovsky a concern, or do we think he'll bounce out of this funk? My brother, this has been him all year. He hasn't been great. He's been good, but he has these moments. And he's one of those, you can't feel great about Bob. Okay? And last night was another, proof, just like the other day, when they lit him up and then they brought in the kid. The kid is the future. And I'll tell you what's developing for the head coach right now for the Florida Panthers. This is what's developing for him right now. I was going to talk a little bit about this later on in the show, but since you brought it up, we'll rock and roll with it now. Bob is not the guy. He's just not. Now, he's the starter at the moment, but the head coach is going to have to go with his gut now. And if Bob is not sharp, you got to go with the kid and give the kid an opportunity, because he's played well and he's young. He's green. So even when he has his ups and downs, or his downs, that is, you kind of understand because he's still young. He's a baby. But Bob is a seasoned veteran. And if there's one thing that I have yet to see from Bob, is that it factor, that he is on. He has had his, really nice saves at times. He'll do that. Occasionally, he'll flash. That's the word. He'll flash. But have you seen Bob at any stretch that he's put on a Panther uniform, that when he gets in a uniform, he's on for like a month or two, that he's unconscious? Like you've seen some of these great goaltenders just go on a run where it hasn't happened. We've been waiting for that since they signed him. And that has not happened all year. There's been some flashes. There's been some good play. But at no point did you ever feel that Bob was dominant, that Bob was a force, that Bob was the guy that was just frustrating the crap out of one offense after another, night in and night out? No. Sorry. I don't see a Martin Brodeur or Patrick Waugh. I don't see Bobrovsky against, the Lightning 4 years ago. I don't see the Beezer. I don't see any of those kind of things that I've seen in the history of hockey and what little I know. So to me, Bob is a liability to a certain extent. And Bob is lucky, just like any goaltender would be lucky, to be on the Florida Panthers 2021 and 22 season. Why? Because this is one of the greatest offenses of all time. These guys can score like it's going out of style. So it has saved Bob's ass. Because even in games where he does give up several goals, they score a lot more. You know, it kind of reminds me of Marino. He has to score 44 because the defense is going to allow 42. If he doesn't get 36 on the board, he better, because they're going to allow 34. It's just the way it is. So Bob is a liability. There's no doubt. He's a liability because he can't be dominantly consistent. And you've got, unfortunately, the kid who I think has actually shown some flashes, but again, he's a kid. So it's hard to put Knight in that position and expect him to be, dominantly consistent. And that's what you want from your goaltender. Now, again, let me tell you something. If you got any kind of play like that from your goalie, nobody will ever beat the Panthers. If you get a goaltender that can actually, become a wall, I don't know how you even get close to the Panthers. Because you don't shut down the Panthers. The Panthers shut themselves down, maybe. It might be a night that they're just off or something. But I don't see anybody keeping those cats off the board. Scoreboard, that is. So, yeah, Bob is a problem. Is a concern. Yes. You should be concerned. Now, the good thing is, Bob only has to play good. He doesn't have to be great. He doesn't have to be dominant all the time, because the Panthers, more often than not, are going to save his ass. A couple years ago, Columbus got the best player was Bob. That's not going to be the case in these playoffs. It'll be Huberdeau, it'll be Barkov, it'll be Duclair, you know what I'm saying? Giroux, whatever. It'll be, guys will take turns because, Reinhart, whatever, Bennett, they have so many guys that could be the player of the night. You know what I mean? But I don't know if it's going to be the goaltender. That's for sure. All right. 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there. For all those over Tua clowns, isn't interesting how Greer traded away Teddy's old buddy in Parker. It's like Greer telling those idiots, nope, Tua's the man. Nah, I don't think it had to do with he just is not the fit for what they're doing now. And they figure they can get what they got from him from Preston. And if Preston doesn't do it, then it's not something that's, oh my God, you need it on this offense. And you can get a pick for him. And they've given up a bunch of picks. And he's also very injury prone. So, yeah, I don't think it's that. I'm not going to go with that one. Big O, Kansas City has the draft next year, not Green Bay, and Detroit has it 2 years from now. G from Pennsylvania. Thank you, G, for helping me out from yesterday. Let's see. Yesterday on the show, Rolinthia and I was able to schedule an appointment same day on Monday, and we were able to officially get double boosted, which is a great thing because Rolinthia and I, like you, are high risk, and Vegas, because of its position as an international travel destination, has been one of COVID's hotspots for most of the pandemic. Keep up the great work. Amen. Amen. You're smart. I got my second boost yesterday because I got my first boost on October 9th. So it's been 6 months. And at the 4-month mark is where the efficacy starts to go down on your shots. And so I'm going to Vegas at the end of the month. I figure I'll get my boost now. That'll be in my system for a few weeks. That'll lift the antibodies and maybe protect myself a little bit more in Vegas because obviously it's Vegas, dude. There's people from all over the world in that place. So I want to definitely be as protected as possible for all of it. And yeah, feel good, by the way. I've been lucky. I think it was the first shot. I felt kind of tired that night and fell asleep a little earlier than normal and woke up a little bit, a little bit draggy, let's just say. But that's it. That was the only thing that I felt in the first one. But nothing. It was nothing. And the second one, I didn't feel anything. And then the first boost, I didn't feel anything. And today, nothing. I have had, I'm lucky, knock on wood, haven't had any kind of reactions to the boost. So there you go. So we are prepared for Vegas. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Let's see. Thanks for the Panther comment. So I like what I see from Knight, even being green. Also, sorry for the name. It's tungsten, like the metal, and wolf, like Cam Wolf. Tungsten Wolf. Tungsten Wolf. Okay. Tungsten Wolf. All right. Make sure those strippers are vaccinated. Yeah, you know what I'm going to do? When I go to strip clubs, right? I'll ask for a dance, okay? And then when she's about to like sit on me to friction, I'll whip out a gun and point it at her forehead. Click. And see, and she has no fever. Friction away, baby. I've never been to a Vegas strip club, and I've been to Vegas like 30 times. How weird is that? How weird is it that a man that's gone to Vegas at least 30 times has never been to a Vegas strip club ever? Ever. It's weird, but yeah. But this time we're going to break the ice. We're going to go with our fever gun to make sure the girls are, in line there in Vegas and taking care of everybody the right way and protected. So, yeah, we'll do that. Big O, quick question, because I seem to be on the island with this. I think Hunt did just as good at right tackle as he did at right guard. I think we should give him another look there. Your thoughts? I think they're going to give him a look there at right tackle. I don't think anything is set at all in stone. I think they're going to try to move and try everybody in all kinds of places, and they're going to try to figure out themselves where a guy fits and what he plays. Teron Armstead will play left tackle. I'm pretty sure Connor will end up at left guard, but I wouldn't be surprised if they give other guys an opportunity to compete with them at left guard. But Cotter will end up at guard somewhere. And then I think everything else is up for grabs. I think Eichenberg could end up at right tackle or right guard. So Miami sports fanatic, I think a lot of people feel the way you do, that they're kind of open to it. They're not locked in on Eichenberg at right tackle. I think Dolph fans are just locked into fix the damn line, run the damn ball. I don't think they care if it's me at right tackle. Not that you really want me at right tackle, but I'm just saying. They don't care. They just want it fixed. I don't think anybody is really enamored with anybody specifically at one position, except for Teron Armstead, of course, who's obviously a proven left tackle. Can you make them wear a mask over their hooch? You could. Yeah. Why not? But, you only live once, so hooch free. GP Trap, good morning, Big O. How about those Panthers? Yeah, we were just talking about those Panthers, my brother. Definitely. Panthers, and now we're talking about, I don't know, we're going to strip clubs.
What are you waiting for?
Oh, sounds like an invitation. Yeah, wow. Dizzy says, I admit I was against Tua, but I really feel he can succeed now with the support from his coach. Mike No-Go Zone says, just stay away from the Spearmint Rhino in Las Vegas. Way overpriced and overrated. There we go. We got the ratings from Mike No-Go Zones. That's a no-go zone, in other words. So, Mike, when are you doing a show from the Spearmint Rhino? I can just see him now. We're outside the Spearmint Rhino. Before we go in there, it's not a good neighborhood. Just want you to know. You know, the people inside, some of them may be dressed. Some of them may be undressed. You know, they have overpriced drinks. The food, not so good. But we're going to try to survive in the Spearmint Rhino over the next hour. And that's it. So subscribe to Mike No-Go Zones on YouTube because his next journey is to the Spearmint Rhino in Las Vegas. There you go. Will Mike No-Go Zones survive the 10 straight friction dances? Yeah. You know, Shula Steakhouse has that 48-ounce steak. At Spearmint Rhino, they say if you can survive 10 straight friction dances, then you get to have permanent VIP membership there. That's what I heard. I don't know. So on the next Mike No-Go Zones, you know, he's usually going to Afghanistan, Iran. You know, he goes to places that nobody wants to go to, supposedly. You know, Baltimore, supposedly a bad place, you know, that kind of stuff. He goes to all Detroit, you know, 8 Mile. He'll be there rapping against Eminem. Got to check it out. Mike No-Go Zones. Okay? He goes where you wouldn't want to go. Well, some guys are maybe going, you know what, I'd like to go to Spearmint Rhino one way or another. So the next episode of Mike No-Go Zones is going to be, hot. You're going to want to watch it. Now that Flo is gone, I've realized that Greer is a player's GM. The proof is in all these players' friendly deals. Sage, are you paying attention? The deals are actually team-friendly deals. Wow. Okay. Get those dollar bills, y'all ready? Then, or it's $5 bills now. Been a long time for me. Damn, so yeah, you got to be, I don't know, I can't make it rain fives. I'm sorry, GP Trap. When I go now to the strip clubs in Vegas, I am going to make it rain dollar bills. Or maybe I should make it rain like crypto coins. That way when it's landing on people, it's like, you know, hurting them and all that kind of stuff. There's a nice dip right now going on in Bitcoin. Let me give you a little let's go to our OKCoin crypto corner right now. I want to run something by you all that's going on right now in OKCoin in our crypto corner, which, by the way, if you want to share $100 of Bitcoin, send me an email at bigoradioshow@yahoo.com or on Twitter at the DM at Big O Show or right on Twitter. Send me a tweet and I'll send you so we can split $100. And right now, Bitcoin's at a nice little dip at 44,540. It's not a major dip, but it's a good dip. It's a good dip right now to take advantage because this thing was at 47. So now it's down a little bit. And MicroStrategy yesterday bought $190 million of Bitcoin. Okay. And Terra Luna this morning bought another $230 million of Bitcoin. They now own $1.6 billion of Bitcoin. They're on their way to purchasing $6 billion of Bitcoin. They have now bought 35,767 Bitcoins. The institutional money that is coming in is crazy. Do you know why? Because they're not stupid. They know where this is going. And so the retail, once it piles in, which is you and me, I'm already in, but I mean, the average person. Remember, 95% of the world is not in crypto. So it's going to start to become, 75, 80% of the world eventually will all be in crypto, and that because they're going to need it in order to just run their lives. They're going to have to be on the blockchain. That's what's coming. And the exchanges are at all-time lows right now. When it comes to Bitcoin, when it comes to Ethereum, this thing is about to explode. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a guy that loves crypto. I'm telling you what I'm doing, what I truly believe in, and how the entire world is going to change, and how the entire world is going to grow from this. And it's going to make everybody better. It's going to make the unbanked actually matter now. And let me tell you something that next week when we have Mandy on, I want to talk to her about this, and also with Alex down the line. I truly believe that the markets, especially the crypto market, is going to end up growing bigger than the stock market is at this point in time when it's all said and done. And I know it sounds crazy now, but eventually it'll happen. And do you know why it's going to happen? Because the stock market basically does not include the world. You think it does, but the problem is, let's just go to the continent of Africa, who is completely unbanked and does not have the internet, does not have the technology to keep up with all these kind of investments. So they can't invest in Tesla and Amazon and all those kind of things the way you and I can every single moment that we could just pick up our phones and do it. And we have other countries from Colombia and El Salvador and Argentina and Brazil and tons more that are so behind electronically and everything. And so the crypto market is a world market, not a U.S. market. We have the U.S. market, we have the Chinese market, we have the European markets. Everybody has their own markets. Well, crypto is not it. Crypto is the world. And so all these people, like, let's say back to Africa, where Cardano is going to bank the unbanked, where everyone in Africa is going to have an opportunity now to have their own personal account, to have their money, to build their own wealth. And they won't have to rely on governments and terrible rules and regulations and taxes and all the abusive things that the system has created that takes advantage of all of us. All of that. So I truly believe that the global market will end up becoming bigger than ever because of all the folks who are unbanked. And those of us that are on this train early on, before the entire world gets on it and the unbanked get on it, there's only one way to go. And 5-10 years from now, those of you that have been watching this show for the last year and you hear my crazy ass talk about this stuff all the time, you're all going to remember me. You're all going to say, that son of a bitch was right. Holy crap, I should have invested more. I should have gotten in. I didn't do it. I should have done more. All of these things. Again, not a financial advisor. I just think a lot of people that have listened to this show may end up regretting because they have the wrong idea of where we're going as a world. So that's just me. That's our OKCoin Crypto Corner. And again, if you want the link to share $100 of Bitcoin, send me an email at bigoradioshow@yahoo.com, Twitter, Big O Show, or on the DM there on Twitter, and I will send you the link. Okay. Oh, somebody reached out to me. I think it was on Facebook also, and I sent it to him also. Let's see. All right. All right. Anyway, what else do we have going on here on the program? Dizzy says, you're wrong, Big O. They have tech in Africa and those other places. Yeah, no, of course, dude. Yes. The whole country is technologically advanced like everybody else. Of course they are, my brother. Yeah. So is Colombia, and so is Brazil, and so is all the countries around too. Also, not just Africa. I'll tell you about all the other ones, but yeah, no, they're all perfectly normal, dude. They're all in line with the rest of the world. Sure, they are. Of course, you go ahead and believe that. Topher, China already banned crypto. Topher, please, bro, just don't talk about crypto. Just do me a favor. Just shut up. Okay. VeChain is Chinese. Okay. China is banning crypto because they want to control their people. Topher, don't be stupid, bro. Don't be a freaking moron. It's a communist piece of crap government. They're just trying to control their people. They don't have freedoms there, dude. So the government, they have VeChain involved in everything involved in their government and everything in their businesses in China. VeChain's going to be a monster. They're now adding DeFi. The Chinese are doing it to hurt their own people. Topher. Dude, you don't follow this. You have no idea. You have no education about this. Just don't talk about it, bro. When you don't know jack shit about something, just shut the hell up so you don't sound stupid about it, bro. You think it's freedoms in China, bro? You think you could just do whatever you want in China? They're not stupid. It's the same thing they're doing here, except we do it without the veil of communism or socialism or control. But when you hear the people in our government, now they're changing their tune about crypto. It's because they don't want you to have freedoms. They want to keep controlling you through our banking system, through our loans. So only the people they want to get loans. Only the people they want to get certain financial freedoms enjoy it, not the average person like you and I. That's what's going on in China. Except there, they can control the people just like Russia. Dude, I mean, some of you out there, it's just like you have no brains. And then you just say stupid shit. And Topher, you know what it is? You're just repeating stuff that another moron said. So it makes you look just as stupid and just as uneducated as the other guy. China's, and you don't know anything. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Next thing you'll tell me, North Korea doesn't want crypto. Of course not, because they're going to want it for themselves, the government. So does China. They're probably behind the scenes buying crypto and mining and doing all kinds of stuff so they can accumulate it. They don't want their people to get any freedoms. Jesus, man. Some of you out there have zero common sense. And you can't figure out what the hell's going on in front of you. Carlos goes, China owns more Bitcoin than just about everyone. It's, come on, man. It's a government controlling their people. Oh, God. Irving says, I would say Austin Jackson would be a big favorite over Eichenberg at right tackle because he's more of a physical requisite to be a competitor and capable at right tackle. Eichenberg has short arms, lacks of anchor, and isn't. Well, we will find out. I'll go. Look, some guy asked me yesterday, well, shouldn't we add more veteran linemen than these young guys? And I'll say to you, Irving, what I said to the same guy yesterday. Mike McDaniel, Frank, and Applebaum, they know more about offensive line in the run game than you and I ever will. All three of those guys have had success doing this stuff. Unlike, the clowns that we had here last year, that entire coaching staff had zero success doing anything. No successful QB coaches, no successful O-line coaches, no successful offensive coordinators. Mess. But all these guys have had their own success with offensive line and running game. So if they feel Eichenberg is good enough to start at right tackle, right guard, or be on the bench, so be it. If they think Austin Jackson's a center or a right tackle, then so be it. I'm going to go with what they think instead of what any of you think or what I think. Because as I've told you guys over and over and over and over and over again, for us to judge these players is completely unfair. They were all cheated from coaching. They had zero coaching last year. You didn't really get an opportunity to find out about a player at all pretty much last year. So I am not going to judge. All these guys get clean slates for me. I'm going to judge them now that they have real coaching, real game plans, real play design, all of this kind of stuff that they need. Just like Tua Tagovailoa. It's the same thing. I am not an anti-Tua guy. I'm a pro-Tua guy. I believe Tua is going to be a franchise quarterback, but he needs the support. I've been saying that, right? Well, guess what? He got the support now. So now I'm hoping my point will be proven, and we will find out. And I think we will find out about these offensive linemen, who can play, who can't play, where they belong, where they excel. Those are the things that we're going to find out, because we have people that actually understand the run game and succeed in the run game. That's what I would go with. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Orlando, we have to invite Topher to Cuba so he can live some of that socialism trash. Yeah, no. That, and then Topher will come back and say Cuba doesn't like crypto either. Not to mention that China has an entire ethnic class reduced to slavery. Research the Uyghurs. All of these companies that are now uber woke do business in China who enslave people. But they're woke, of course. Yeah. Oh, look at the NBA. In bed with China. Just get the offensive line fixed, please. So tired of talking about this year and that. Yeah, you're right, Thomas. You're right. When you write, Thomas, you're right. We can't argue with you there. Franklin, crypto is the future. Guaranteed future. Guaranteed. It's the only direction we're going in. You know, but whatever. Jorge Luis Ochoa says, by the way, folks, smash the like button. Thank you, Jorge Luis. That is very nice of you. Uber Beaner says, leave my name out of this. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, I'm contacting somebody here at the same time I'm doing this. Okay. What else do we have? By the way, it's pretty cool to see Tiger play in the Masters. Although I think he's not going to make the cut. That's just me. I think if he makes the cut, it's just another great, just making the cut would be an amazing feat by him, because he has his practice rounds and all that, but to do it in the moment and then have to, walk those courses the first couple of days, that I just wonder how much that will take a toll as the day goes on and in back-to-back days, and how much it's going to affect him. I hope he makes the cut, because it actually brings, it makes the tournament relevant. And I get what people, it's the Masters. It's always relevant. Yeah, it is. I get it. But it's not. It's not something that becomes household unless it's Tiger. All the guys they have now have no juice. Zero. None of them are household names. None of them are the guys that average people know, all that kind of stuff. That's when you become incredibly relevant. And having Tiger in the Masters will make their ratings and everything just skyrocket. they'll be in places they never would have been this weekend. Let's just, call it like we see it. Okay? All right, let's get ready for hour number 2. John Ruiz, baby. We're going to talk to him a little LifeWallet, and of course, what I consider now the new left tackle of the University of Miami football program. Hour number 3, right here on the Big O Radio Show, is next.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411, and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. The viewpoints, views, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by EJDConstruction.com, where you can trust their team of construction experts. American Dream Lending. Go to adreamlending.com. Stop dreaming and start living your best life. Perdermo Cigars. Experience a Perdermo way. Go to PerdermoCigars.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OKCoin studios. OKCoin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OKCoin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OKCoin studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right. Well, welcome back. We promised you we're going to talk to John Ruiz. Canes, man, they are making some moves, and John Ruiz from LifeWallet is kind enough to join us right now.
We here at LifeWallet take security very seriously. Our data security team is working constantly to make sure that your data is not accessed by anybody who you don't authorize.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, I'm
excuse me, sir. Thank you.
I have talked to CC, and he's thinking about it, and I'll be talking to CC. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
We use leading technology standards like biometric data to make sure that only you have access to your data and your identity is protected. LifeWallet gives you access to your entire medical history and information at the touch of your finger so that it can save you time and can save your life.
Data transfer complete.
LifeWallet.
I love LifeWallet.
I love LifeWallet. What's the budget?
So we set out $10 million for the calendar year 2022.
For NIL deals?
For NIL deals, yes.
And how much of that have you been able to spend so far?
We've put out almost $2 million already.
The money is going to dozens of Miami athletes. From $6,000 a year for volleyball player Angela Grieve.
I assume this isn't what you expected when you became a college athlete.
No, definitely not.
Up to $60,000 for star quarterback Tyler Van Dyke. Ruiz emphasizes it's not a handout. Athletes are required to make promotional videos and take training to improve their communication skills. But the fact the money might also attract new talent to Miami is lost on no one.
When you invest $10 million, I assume you hope it'll have an impact on the field.
There's no doubt. Do I want the University of Miami to win? Absolutely.
There he is, John Ruiz. There's no doubt he wants them to win. John, good morning, my man. How are you doing, sir? Thank you for joining us. Oh, wait a minute. We're not hearing him. Your mic is not on. Mike, let's see.
Hear me now?
There we go. I got you, baby. How you doing, John?
Good morning. Hope you guys are doing well. Thank you for inviting me.
We are doing good, man. It's great to have you on. And first of all, I just find the concept of LifeWallet actually really, really cool because it's a real convenience. And where did you get the idea of doing something like this? Because most of us are always searching for our medical information. And it's like you go from one doctor to another, and if you've been around long enough on this earth, one of your doctors retires, and then you have to get a new one, and then transferring that information. You're doing something that's going to make life a lot easier for a lot of us, actually.
Absolutely. And it's not just making life easier, it's actually about saving lives, because when you start researching and you understand what happens with people's health conditions, there's really three components to it. It's, seeing a doctor or a number of physicians, and then the doctor having the tools, whether it be pharmaceutical product, medical devices, or diagnostic equipment to assess what your problem is and then try to solve it. But what they're missing is your historical medical records. If you really think about it, and if somebody is in the unfortunate situation where they have to call rescue, or they're involved in an accident, and you have kind of an emergency, the first 20, 30 minutes are trying to assess what the condition of the patient is. LifeWallet erases that, because what we do is we get all your historical medical history by way of medical records and pharmaceutical records, and then you have them accessible, and we're connected to just about every first responder system in the whole United States of America. So that means that you can be anywhere in the U.S., and God forbid you're in a difficult situation, mentally or from a health condition perspective, physical condition, then you're able to access that, which is part of the problem, right? So in addition to that, as you well stated, one of the biggest issues that exists is we've all experienced this. You go to a doctor, you're there in the waiting room, they give you a sheet of paper, you got to fill in your name and your social and your insurance information. That's a really antiquated system. And it lends itself for a lot of errors, right? Because people are writing down your social instead of you giving it to them. So what I did basically is I bifurcated the world. And I said to myself, who knows about your name, first, last, your relatives, your social security number, your insurance? It's you. But you're not necessarily the person that knows about your medical history or condition. So I divided that into two. So we developed this registration system through LifeWallet that before you even go to the doctor, you put up all your information, and you only do it once. And then every time you're going to go to a doctor, you no longer have to register at the doctor. And the real design and cool nature of it is we do it through biometrics. So biometrics is kind of like a fingerprint or DNA. Everybody's face is very unique in a certain way, and we capture that by 2,200 different points, and we have 6,800 voice recognition. So that means that nobody can ever confuse who's going to the doctor, that you're actually there, and it avoids a lot of the fraud that the government sees also, because a doctor can't bill without having this biometric recognition. And then so it's a sender and a receiver. And the sender is basically you're going to the doctor. When you get to the doctor receives you. You no longer have to wait at the waiting room when they bill, it goes much quicker. The experience is much better. So whether it's an emergency or not, it's just better all around.
And by the way, to that list of yours, you said it during that thing, you got to add a fourth one is time.
Oh, absolutely.
Time becomes of the essence there, because obviously you got to resolve all of this. By the way, and being a crypto geek like I am, I'm just thinking about it. Are you a crypto guy, by the way? Are you a crypto investor?
Some people call me a creepo, but not a crypto, but so
Okay.
it's similar close. But no, so what I'll tell you is
there's a company called Secret Network.
Okay.
The coin is out now. It's on OKCoin, which is, of course, this is one of our sponsors. We are in the OKCoin studios, and what they do, because I'm sure you know this, on the blockchain, everything's public. Easier to even go after people that are doing illegal things. That's something that some of our people in the government actually don't understand, that it's actually easier to track illegal activity on the blockchain than it is in anywhere else. But what the Secret Network does is it actually hides all the transactions now, so it will not be public. Why is it doing that? For medical information, for things like that. So I would imagine that LifeWallet's next step is to be on the blockchain. I would imagine.
It is already. It is already. So
have
our own. So we have our own blockchain technology, and we're launching LifeCoin, which will be released before August 1st. One of the things that we do also which is basically obviously the blockchain technology, is when you send out a medical bill as a doctor or as a hospital, and then the insurance company or other payer that's receiving it, it's designed in this fashion. So there's kind of like an invoice number, which is the claim number. But within that claim, there are multiple lines. It's almost the equivalent of you taking your car to the service station and you get an invoice, but then they delineate everything that they did to it.
Sure.
So each one of those lines has this, facial biometric recognition, which avoids that fraud. But in addition to that, because it's on blockchain, our coin can actually advance the money to the doctor, so they don't have that waiting game. Most doctors and medical facilities have this lag between the time that they provide the service and when there's actual payment. So we speed all that up. But yeah, we're on top of that. I'm blessed and fortunate to have probably the smartest minds in the country as far as technology is involved. We're partnered up with Palantir, which is highly technical company traded on the exchange, and it's a very recognized company. The government uses them for the anti-terrorism on their Ghost platform. And then in addition to that, we use them with our Foundry platform. The guy who's developed our blockchain is the guy who basically designed and invented Hotmail. He worked for Microsoft. He's not with us. We have very high level people. So I've been architecting this for a long time, because I've been practicing law for about 30 years. And what happened is I saw the flaws in the system, and it's scary, honestly, because I never thought it was as bad as it is. And probably, a $3.8 trillion expenditure a year in our healthcare system, and the data capturing capabilities and the synthesizing of that data and making sure it belongs to the right person, and the way that the bills go out and that they're paid and the government loses hundreds of billions of dollars. That's basically what LifeWallet is about. And then to kind of transcend from that, I saw this opportunity where, from a marketing perspective, because I've run, a lot of programs, we've had our own studios for quite some time. You have to pay a lot of money to advertise, right? So what do you do? Do you do radio? Do you do TV? Do you do social media? And, the name, image, and likeness platform, to my surprise, I thought it was going to be good, but it's been probably 100 times better than I ever expected. These college students are very followed. They're very focused. I'm super happy that when they come in here, they're actually learning a lot. They're learning how to become self-confident. They start, you're in front of a camera. It's not an easy thing to do. People get nervous, different personalities. But they've made such progress. And just in a couple hours, you see how a lot of these, youngsters that are shy and concerned, and I just let them, hey, be free, be yourself, Don't try to imitate anybody. There are a lot of, there are billions of human beings on the earth. We're all different. We all bring something to the table. Somebody else isn't better than you. And that's kind of, and I've created, some real great connection with them, which makes me really happy, because I think that from everything I've done in life, I've always tried to help the youth and the elderly. And to me, being able to help the youth, I'm a guy that, and I'm not criticizing anybody, I don't drink, I've never done a drug in my life. So I'm very clean, and I want to make sure that if I help just one youngster and help the family, alcohol does a lot of bad things in many instances, and then drugs too. And if we can try to take that out of the equation and align these kids, and then we have a summer program, which I'm very proud of, where we bring them in, they try cases, they understand what we do, they either get involved in data or in production or lawyering or accounting. We have all those abilities. So it's been a great program for us.
Let me tell you something, John. Let me tell you something, John. You're also helping them, because a lot of them, this is like their first jobs. Absolutely. And now they'll learn about earning money, taxes,
yes,
all these things, because some of these athletes that are enjoying this right now, some of them may end up making even bigger money. Okay, so down the line, now they know how they got to handle business, because as you and I know, plenty of these athletes, the first time they run into a lot of money is post-college, and then they don't have any experience, and they make all the mistakes in the world. And when they make the mistakes with that kind of money, it sets them back even more at times. Whereas now they get to kind of learn about making money and setting stuff aside and understanding you will be taxed for this and all that kind of stuff. So they can learn on a smaller scale before they go to life on a larger scale. So you're also giving them life lessons in the process. And I think that in itself is priceless.
I totally agree with you. I mean, I think we all do. I remember when I was a youngster, I did things that I today wouldn't do. Many of them are as simple as jumping off of a trampoline that's 25, feet up from a pool, or just by, spending money in somewhat foolish ways, right? And especially if you don't have the ability, and I've been blessed with the ability to have a career and I can continue the grind, but some people's careers are just based on physical talent. And what happens is, physically, we all deteriorate. Our brains may get better, but physically we deteriorate. So when you have a fantastic baseball player or basketball player or football player or hockey or volleyball, whatever it is, as we get older, our bodies slow down. That's why you don't see people that are in their 50s playing professional sports for the most part. That's a great lesson, and I couldn't agree with you more. So I think setting aside the fact that I'm a strong proponent that, from a constitutional perspective, your name, image, and likeness is a property right. It belongs to you. So if I happen to have either an image that people like or a name that people follow, or they like me for whatever reason, whether it be because of the way that I speak or the way that I look or what I bring to the table, I should be able to capitalize on that. And I saw very wrong that somebody like Justin Bieber, that's not an athlete, can make millions and millions and millions of dollars, and then you're punishing the student athlete that in many ways has to put in a lot more time and effort, because it takes a lot more from an everyday. I mean, my two boys and my daughter all played sports. My boys were at the University of Miami. They were getting there at 5:30 in the morning every day and running. I mean, it takes a physical toll on you. They expect a lot out of you, from a mental perspective, and then studying and making the grades. It's a lot of pressure. And, one of the things that we all know is that not everybody makes it to the pros. And not everybody can stay at that pro level. So if once these student athletes can capitalize the right way, doing it legally, doing it intelligently, they become role models for the rest of society and younger kids. Why not bring that into the equation the right way?
John, and John Ruiz joining us here, LifeWallet. If you want to check it out, also it's a great way to really consolidate and bring all of your health information together, and you're always controlling it every second of every moment, which is a real positive. So when you look, a lot of UM fans are going, okay, John has been a blessing, but I want to make sure we don't get in trouble. So you're obviously very thorough with your business. With the NIL stuff, walk people through how you work with the University of Miami to make sure you guys are doing everything the right way, because I'm sure there's a process. I went to your offices, by the way, and I saw the studios and all of that. So I know that you're thoroughly going through this thing, doing it the right way. So how is that process so Canes fans can feel good about it?
So, I mean, obviously, I'm an attorney by trade, and obviously, the life and job of an attorney is to dot I's and cross T's, right? So, we look at the law, and I kind of spearhead the whole thing, but I have a team of amazing lawyers, internally. We have over 30-something lawyers. We've all looked at the Florida statute. We've looked at the NCAA rules. I've litigated against the NCAA before. I've litigated against the Florida High School Athletic Association. We understand it very, very well. We're probably in what we do. We litigate against, top companies in the entire country, whether it's Johnson & Johnson, McDonald's, Merck, State Farm, Progressive, Allstate, you name it. We're against all the big boys and the big law firms and the big companies. So, we take that very seriously. And one of the things that people really ought to understand is we kind of sit in the middle, meaning, LifeWallet sits in the middle. So you have the University of Miami and you have the players. And really, LifeWallet doesn't suffer any consequences other than a business consequence. It is the university and the players that could be sanctioned. LifeWallet can't be sanctioned. LifeWallet isn't within the jurisdiction of the NCAA. So I take even more care, because if I do something, then I could affect the university or I can affect the players. Right. Because if the players deemed ineligible, that's a problem. The university has a problem. So I'm very, peculiar about what we do, how we do it. We've trained our people extremely well. I keep an arm's length distance from the university, not because I don't love it, and I know everybody there, and they're amazing people, all of them. But one of the issues that can surface is that you, as somebody that's providing NIL deals, is trying to lure players because of the NIL deals. So most of the time, what we do is we give a deal to who already committed. Because if you've already committed, there's something in the law called mens rea, which is your intent. If that player already committed to the University of Miami, nobody can come and say that they came because of LifeWallet or they came because of an NIL deal. So when you look at the majority of our deals, these were players that are already there, or people that went into the portal and they decided to go to UM. And then as soon as they do that, we will offer them deals depending on the circumstances of, what those particular players themselves bring to the table, because the notion of name, image, and likeness is exactly that. They're not all going to make the same amount of money, which is, I think, is one of the issues with a lot of the platforms you see across the country. They give everybody the same amount. I've never believed in giving everybody the same amount, because everybody has a different value, whether it's an employee or an athlete or whatever it is. We're not all the same, right? So that's problematic. A lot of people are doing this 501c3, which I hate. I think that's super problematic. I've not seen, and not to tout our particular system, I think that we're the only ones that show you the behind the scenes, that the kids come here, that they're working, what they do. And to me, putting a contract together is one of the steps. So yes, we send that contract to the university. The university has to approve it from a compliance point of view. But that's somewhat a little bit gray because of the following. So yeah, they're going to say the contract looks good, the terms look good, they don't violate any of the rules. But what about the next year, right? What about the year after you already started that contract? How do you comply with the terms of the contract that require the kids to appear, that require the kids to post? So we developed a system to make sure that we can get every kid to comply with the contract, because that's another issue separate and apart from the first one.
Because it becomes a real job, not something that, hey, we'll pay you $500 a night and you'll be the bouncer, and meanwhile you don't even show up, and you're that kind of stuff. So yeah. So by the way, you're also in the process. It's kind of like my old man. when I was growing up, right, he goes, yeah, no, hey, listen, you need money for food, you need money for clothes. That's great. Okay, you want to take out your girlfriend, you got to go get a job.
Right,
You know,
right.
so you got to, in other words, it was like, you know, you always have money in your pocket, but if you want to go something, no, now you got to go learn the value of money. And what you're doing is teaching them the value of work, responsibility, commitment,
Yes.
all of those things that, you know, some of those things that some people lack
Yep.
later on in their lives. We're trying to instill it in them early. I like that. I like that.
And look, it's not an easy task to monitor that many kids. So we have a pretty large staff monitoring that. So one thing is the price on the contract, right? What we're paying out. But you know, we probably have 25 to 30 people internally monitoring what they do and putting the commercials together and editing, and it's, you know, pre-production and post-production and, you know, behind the scenes, and there's a lot that goes into it that people probably wouldn't understand. What's good about it is that the players do, because they're seeing it and they're experiencing it. And you know, I'm super beyond happy with these youngsters. I call them kids because they're much younger, and no disrespect by it. But you know, the relationship that we as LifeWallet have been able to forge with these youngsters, and they're really, really receptive to what we have to tell them and talk to them about. And you know, one of the things I'm going to start instituting from a voluntary point of view is every month we're going to start talking to them about all these different things that are not necessarily part of, you know, their job duties, but it's just more of giving back, right? So I think, you know, the older we get, the more experienced we get, we can at least share our experiences, you know, with youngsters. And if we're able to do that and get them to do something that they otherwise were not going to do, or prevent them from doing something that they otherwise should not do, then I think that's a huge positive. And what I also find is the cohesiveness of all these players that are in this NIL deal, that are outside of the world of the actual sport. And they're here and they have to participate with each other. They're either filming commercials together, they're getting to know themselves a lot better. I think that's amazing networking for the future to come. Look, you know, minutes before we started this program, I was talking to a guy that went to high school with me that's a dear friend, and we're doing business. I mean, as we move along in society, we're doing business with people that we either knew or didn't know, and the networking is extremely important.
And when obviously with the commitment with these kids, all right, walk us through the process of them from the beginning to the end. What is the end result for you besides teaching them this? Obviously, they're making some money. When they finish the NIL program with you, what happens?
So when they finish the NIL program, that means that their contract is done and over with, because they either are no longer eligible because Florida law does not allow for you to have an NIL deal with someone that's not enrolled in a school. It basically requires them to not be able to participate in an NIL from that perspective, which is a little odd, and we're challenging that because it doesn't make any sense. I mean, I could potentially want to continue to have an NIL deal with somebody that goes into the pros. I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But anyways, maybe it's just a new contract. There are a lot of nuances that haven't really been defined. But ultimately speaking, there's got to be a quid pro quo. And one of the things that people get stuck with also, which I think a lot of these other places are going to have problems with, is we as LifeWallet can show that if we entered into an NIL deal, and I'm going to use Tyler Van Dyke as an example, right? Because he's done commercials for us. He's on the cigarette platform. Morgan is also, so, you know, they're called upon quite a bit. And what happens is there is a quid pro quo, meaning like we as a company are getting a lot of bang for the buck. Quite frankly, more bang for the buck than I would ever get if I was paying, you know, for advertising, whether it's a billboard or a radio station or whatever the case, or social media, because these contracts are 1 year long. So take, you know, Tyler as an example between the different companies. I think he's got a $65,000 deal yearly with us. That's, you know, probably $5,000 something a month. We get a lot more from Tyler and the commercials that we put out and the people that are viewing these
For sure.
And the good public sort of goodwill, because not only are you just putting something out, there's a lot of interaction, right? So when Tyler goes somewhere, if I'm there or somebody else from LifeWallet, there's interaction. He's interacting with people. There's a lot of that goes on, and it's a whole year. So figure, where can you pay $65,000, right, for someone to provide that kind of marketing for you, right? So it's hard to do that. Now, obviously, there's a lot more cost from our side than just the $65,000. We got to produce it and put it out there. But bang for the buck, it's great. Now, maybe I'm bidding against myself. Some of these youngsters are going to come back and say, hey, John, I heard you say that you're getting a great bang for your buck. So give me more of that. But I think the kids are not just here. This is one of the good things that I found also. Kids are not just looking to see what you're going to pay them in an NIL deal. These kids are actually looking at, what do they get back from the school, meaning like education, how are the coaches, what do they get off the field? They're looking for an in totality sort of package. It's not just, hey, I just want to make money and that's it. I think the parents of the kids have done a very good job in understanding there's more to life than just money. And what I feel, me personally, this is just, I'm super pumped and excited because I think Mario is an amazing coach. I think, he is just the guy that feels it. He's assembled an amazing, staff under him, but he's just great for the kids. I mean, the kids respect him. The guy's a workhorse. And then you have, Coach L on the basketball side, which, we saw what they did in the Elite Eight. They made it super duper far. I don't know if you saw the piece where he actually lays on the floor and says who's going to take the charge. I mean, what do you got? I mean, that you got to have coaches like that, right? And then we got Gino DeMari on the baseball side. Look, I think there's some really, really incredible
Katie
things.
Myers, phenomenal, by the way.
Yeah. So, and then the other thing is, tonight at 8:00, I'm going to be on Twitter, a Twitter space with Jimmy Johnson, which, is obviously somebody who I have a huge amount of respect for. And some fun fact, and that is that I came into the university in 1984. Jimmy Johnson came into the university in 1984. That was right after Schnellenberger had won the championship. And I was a 17-year-old kid, not ever really having gone to a college football game, not having that experience. My parents migrated from Cuba. I was born here, but it was a different environment. My parents weren't following college football or anything like that. So the first game that I ever go to as a college student, and I've said this story before, but I think it's an amazing story. So I'm in the student section. kicks off the ball. We're playing FSU. They kick the ball off on purpose to the left hash mark. It gets thrown across the field, and there's a player that obviously catches the ball there, and I don't know who these players are. And the guy takes off the entire way down the field, and he scores a touchdown. And you have probably 70-something thousand people just all over the place with FSU fans. And I'm just watching this, and it's like this incredible adrenaline that goes in through you. And guess who the guy was? It was Deion Sanders.
Okay.
So my first experience to some play in college football happens to be somewhat arguably, but I don't think there's much to argue there, the best football player ever is probably Deion Sanders. And that guy was incredible after they would play. The agility he had, it was almost like watching one of those cartoons where the cartoon moves so fast that it's not even human. The guy was amazing. So it was a great experience. And I had that experience of Vinny Testaverde and Michael Irving and Melvin Bratton.
Sure. I lived it.
Highsmith and Jimmy Johnson coming out with the pep rallies, and that was all amazing. And then full circle, I had these guys in my classes, right? And not that I'm that much more known now, but they knew nothing about me. They had no clue who I was or what life would end up bringing. So Mel Bratton, has been to my house at least 7, 8, 9. A great guy. Means great for the kids, for the youngsters. So is Alonzo. I know
them very well.
I've had the fortune of kind of bringing all that back, which I think is incredible for what that can bring to the younger generation, for what that can bring to the university, right? I think we can't lose sight of this also. People obviously want the University of Miami to win. I'm the first one that wants them to win. I saw you played that clip from CBS. Of course I want them to win. Who doesn't want their university to win? But I think we need to understand that the kids, when I call them kids, the students going through the university are bigger than the university. The university is always going to be there. What is the experience that these kids get when they get in? What are they by the time they get out? What do they leave with? Those are their life tools in many situations. The reason why I'm so excited about LifeWallet and the NIL deals is because I get and my staff gets to participate and give some of that back to these kids during that experience, whether it's 3 years or 4 years. And look, I luckily, even internally in my own organization, forgetting about I've had about 3 people end up becoming lawyers because they worked in here and they were motivated and they wanted to continue to go to school. And, to me, that's worth all the money in the world. If we can get kids to take on a career, and it doesn't matter, you don't have to take on a career that somebody else wants you to take. You gotta enjoy, have fun, be a good person to society, treat people with respect, and all that stuff. I could just see it more and more and more. I just signed a deal with Mitchell Agudi. What an incredible young man. Built like an ox. I mean, a physical specimen. But I was super impressed how much this kid knew about finance and reading the contract in detail and just taking matters into his own hands. He's getting to be that adult that one wants him to be, right? And looking over his stuff and showing that he wants to attain. And a lot of them ask me like, hey, how did you get to where you are? Which is great because they're trying to figure out what happened with you. What's your life experience, right? I think all that stuff is amazing. And it's guys like you that allow me to the platform here to explain how exciting this all is for I think every fan's very excited. I'm super excited. As you know, I have 3 kids. They're super excited about the whole project. My 2 boys that were athletes are super involved also. So we're real happy about the whole thing.
All right, John Ruiz joining us, the University of Miami's real left tackle, joining us here, and of course, LifeWallet, and you should look into it. It's a great way to consolidate your health information. All right, before I let you go, I gotta ask you this, and I gotta have a little fun with you because in typical Cuban fashion, este tipo está loco. I had to say something like that when you wanted to build the stadium in Coral Gables, dude. Okay, in Coral Gables High, and you freaked out all the Cavalier alumni and all that stuff. I had friends like, no, dude, I can't lose my high school, this and that. So, all right, so and that obviously speaks of your passion, that you're willing to go to the incredible extremes. Can you, by the way, did you ever imagine trying to convince the city of Coral Gables to build a stadium? That would have been the hardest part, John. Not building the stadium itself. It's convincing the city of Coral Gables to let you build a stadium there. But really, seriously, where does that stand? Where does that stand? Tropical Park, is that a reality? Because that seems like the property that's freaking perfect for a stadium.
So here's what I'll tell you, and if people follow my my career, I'm a guy that when I tell you I'm going to do something, I do it. I'm not that type of person that says something and I don't get it done. At least if there's hurdles that I have to overcome and for other people, for other reasons and that's not mine, they don't happen, then obviously I can't control that. However, the Coral Gables Senior High was taken totally out of context. What happened is that we started to discuss building a stadium and we started looking at different locations. And then all of a sudden somebody said, oh my God, you're looking at, Coral Gables Senior High. And we said, well, that may be something that may be beneficial for the school district, for the school, because we were never looking to do away with the school. It was to improve the school and maybe build next to it, because it is a pretty large tract of land, right? In a close proximity to the school, walking distance, which is kind of what everybody wanted, and that's what was being spoken about. I hate politics, to be honest with you. I've never wanted. Everybody's asking me, why did you run for politics? I hate politics. Our chief legal officer, which is Frank Casada, which is one of the main guys here on MSP2, he used to be a commissioner at the city of Coral Gables. There's another commissioner that works here who's one of the lawyers, Mike Mena. But I keep a distance between the relationship that I have with commissioners or the mayor and what you should do. Because when you're in the real world of ethics, I don't care who you are. You can be my son, my daughter, you can be my cousin, my parent. You need to act ethically, because just because you have a relationship with people, you should not utilize that for any other reason. What I found interesting is that Carvalho came out and said, no, we'll never do that. And 2 days later, the guy leaves, to California. Huh. So look, what I say is I was born and raised here. I've lived here. I went to the University of Miami. My 3 kids have been to the University of Miami. People in my office graduated from Gables High. I've donated to the baseball team in Gables for a long, long time. I've donated to the cheerleading team and the dance. I've donated to Coral Gables for a long, long time. There was never, ever an intent to do away with the school. It was to improve it and to actually get the kids to participate in a lot of the things that could have happened at the stadium, like pre-production, post-production, airing. There's a lot of things that go behind the game that's not just the actual game. Now, surpassing that, because obviously what we were looking at were different locations, that just happened to be one of them. It ended up being not the best location that we thought of. So we are focused on Tropical Park. We've hired HKS. My son, Johnny Ruiz, is spearheading that. We should have in the next 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. I don't want to give an exact time frame because it's not within our control. We're going to have a schematic for 265 acres thereabouts in Tropical Park. And I think the community is going to be very, very excited about it, because we keep talking about a stadium. This is a lot more than the stadium. This is to improve medical facilities, to try to move a good part of Jackson Trauma Center so that helicopters can land and save lives, and access to police and access to fire rescue, and leave everything that you have there, but add softball fields and additional adjacent football fields, not just for but for the public schools. Dade County Public Schools, they lack a lot of baseball fields. They lack football fields. They lack, gymnasiums for basketball and volleyball. That's what we want to bring there. It's going to be basically like a community center, adding the University of Miami as a large stadium, 65,000 facility, and have everything. It's kind of like a mini ESPN Wild World of Sports.
Okay.
That's our vision. It needs a vote from those, at large in the community. And we're moving forward with it.
Fully funded, privately funded, no public money. Is that what we're talking?
We're not asking for any, funding from the public. Okay. Obviously, there's a component of it that it's public land, but they don't have to put up any money. Now, when you really look at it, we're going to show the dynamics of how this works. The amount of money that gets pumped into the economy, because we're looking to build at least one hotel there also, is substantial for the county. Very good. With the arteries are there. I think people are going to be pretty pleased. But look, sure. I've learned in life, you can't always...
John, are you going to build an extra field for high school? Kind of like what Jorge Mas did too when he rebuilt Lockhart. One of the fields is specifically for high school, that they can still play high school football, because you're not going to want the main field being torn up by high school games. So are you going to build an adjacent field? It might be even a practice field for UM. I don't know.
We're going to build two adjacent fields. I have pretty good friendship with the Moss brothers. As a matter of fact, I was with Jose last night. Listen, we're doing all of this with all of that in mind.
Of course.
I think that even if you hate the University of Miami and you don't want to see the football team win or whatever the case may be, because a lot of people obviously go to FSU and they go to Florida and then they move back here and maybe they're Gator fans or Seminole fans. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, this is a community, attraction. It's going to be something really, really, really good. To keep
plus you're going to be able to bring concerts and other events there, so it culturally it'll help us too in the process. I might be able to go there for other things, not just football.
After school activities too. So let's talk about we got to get really good after school activities there and we think we can add to that, right? So we do a lot of, advertising. We do a lot of production for a lot of our companies, but forget our companies. I think the community at large and the businesses within our community should be able to use kids that are still in high school and create programs for these kids, right? I think most of the major companies here have that understanding. And I'm very happy to say that from law firms, to companies like Mastech and ours at MSP and architectural firms, they really bring the youngsters in, which is great. And this is just another potential of doing that. So our vision is to create this schematic and then bring businesses to cooperate, because they're going to be able to enjoy, many aspects of this too. I have pretty good affiliation with BurgerFi and Anthony's Pizza. And, I have a lot of relationships that I've built throughout time, and they've just gotten better and better. And I think we can bring a lot of that to fruition. And we're trying to get a racetrack on there also for practice for like Formula One. Right now, May 7th, I'm bringing boat races back to Miami Beach that we never had that before. We're having an event on May 6th in the old Miami Herald location, which is kind of like sort of like an Art Basel concept of what we did. And we're bringing a lot of people.
I would figure you would do it more by Miami Marine, but I guess that stadium is not working. Back in the day, we had some of that then, but unfortunately, that stadium is not what it used to be, because I used to love going to Miami Marine Stadium back in the day, man.
But the races that we're hosting are for bigger boats. So the Marine Stadium is, somewhat smaller for smaller boats.
Right.
These will be racing out, between Collins,
okay. All right, you're talking about the big boys. You're talking about the big boys, the big ass scarabs and stuff. Yes, I got you.
Yeah. So I'll have a boat out by the 3rd week of April. It's called Orange U Fast. You may have seen it on Twitter if you follow that.
Yes.
So it's a really nice design. The Orange U Fast is more or less like Aren't You Fast.
Right.
And that'll be the pace boat. It's orange. It's super cool looking. We're trying to bring a lot of spirit back just at all different levels, from football to basketball to baseball. We're trying to get, women's softball in there. Obviously, we got females that are on our NIL platform.
That was, by the way, when I was at your studios a couple weeks ago to meet Diana, and Diana was terrific, of course, and she's like going in 87 directions. And one of the things that was cool, I saw 3 athletes there. None of them were football players. Yes. And that part to me really, I really like that, because it wasn't just, all right, let's give the football and basketball players, the 2 biggest sports, the money, and forget everybody else. And you haven't done that. You have gone after the entire athletic program. That's very cool.
A step further than that. If you look at who we give NIL deals to, it's not just the star athletes, meaning like the 5 stars.
No, I know. Oh, yeah.
I gave to the long snapper. I gave to Prozac that comes from, Key Largo. And, listen, to every parent, their kid is amazing. They're a star. To every community, whoever makes it is a star. And then you have the national level, right? So it goes in scale. It goes like your family thinks you're a star, even if the nation doesn't think you're a star. Your community may think you're a star, even though the nation doesn't think you're a star. And then the nation may think you're a star. And you need to understand that there are different levels in all those places. And all these kids deserve the same opportunity that the superstar, deserves. Because the superstar gets all the attention. The other kids do not get the same attention. We are giving the attention that others may not have given before, and that makes us really happy. And I think the families appreciate it. There's 2 things that I've been extremely impressed with. Number one, the fan base that has is beyond anything I ever imagined. Way better than the Dolphins could ever have, or the Heat, or anybody else. Die hard, super supportive.
Passionate. Yes.
Love, super passionate, number one. Number 2, the families of all of the NIL kids and students have been amazing. I've also seen, to give a shout out to the Malky Kawa of First Round Management.
That's my boy. Yeah, I know Malky very well.
Guys from, the Rosenhaus team, they've really taken an interest and done well for these kids. I gotta tip my hat off to them. I'm impressed with what they're doing, and I'm proud of what they're doing because it goes a long way. Because I think ultimately you can be an agent and you can make money, and that's okay. But you gotta have the interest, of these kids at hand, and that's what I stand for. When I see people that are representing them that have that same kind of giving back, it motivates me more to continue to do business and deals with them because I think that's what it's all about.
Great stuff, John. I told Diana, no, we're only going to keep them on 10 or 15 minutes, and it's been 53. So I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you for taking some time and talking a little bit about LifeWallet. Hopefully we can have you on again. Hopefully we can do something down the line and build something up. But thank you for taking some time. And I know the Canes Nation is very appreciative of you, man, and what you're doing because you're giving Mario Cristobal another weapon that he needs in order to combat that SEC. And so it's nice to see the University of Miami now playing at the level of the SEC teams because that's what he's going to need in order to take them down. So great stuff by you, my friend. I appreciate you taking some time.
Thank you. And the one last thing that I'll say is the time is now.
Amen.
Go Canes. Let's go Canes.
Go Canes.
Right, take care.
Thank you,
Have a
John.
good day. Take care, man. Thank you.
You got it. There you go, John Ruiz. Check out LifeWallet, looking into it. And by the way, he gave me a little nugget, Lifecoin, drop it in August. I think this is a really important thing that you have to be able to have all of your medical information in one spot that you can easily transfer and move over. This is the reason why Bitcoin will overtake and crush gold. You just can't carry around gold. Meanwhile, look, just Michael Saylor and Terra Luna right now in the last couple of days, they went and bought hundreds of millions of dollars of Bitcoin. You can't do that with gold. It doesn't transfer within seconds from one part to another, from one city to another, from one country to another. You can't do it. So eventually, this is what's going to take over. And LifeWallet, that Lifecoin, that's a very interesting one. I'm going to look into that, man. I'm definitely going to look into that. All right. Let's look into a little Miami Dolphins. Joe Shad from the Palm Beach Post will join us next.
Dolphins fans, buckle up. It's time for the American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins Report with Joe Shad. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. Call them at 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. Here's Joe Shad with today's edition of the American Dream Lending Report.
There he is, the man, the myth, the legend. How you feeling, baby? You feeling good?
Yeah, better, Big O. Thanks for asking. I'm about wrapping up my various cycles of medicine, so the cough is a little better. Thanks for asking. I'm here in the Miami Dolphins press room.
Oh, you're in the press room.
Okay. Yeah, the Dolphins have something coming up at 12:30, so look for some Dolphins coverage.
What availability are they giving you? The coach, or what's the deal?
No, I don't think I'm supposed to reveal who's talking, but a couple of Dolphins players. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not the coach, it's players. Okay, all right, cool stuff. I like that. What'd you think of the Stephon Diggs deal?
Yeah, when you look at the guaranteed money for Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs, and Devontae Adams, they're all kind of in the same range. The last year of Tyreek Hill's contract is, kind of a year that he'll probably never see. There'll be a restructure or something if the Dolphins get to that point. There's a huge number on that last year. So that contract isn't quite as bad as it looks when you see, $30 million a year. So the Dolphins have structured their contracts pretty well. And this is just kind of where we are now in terms of how much a good wide receiver is going to cost.
Yeah, so, you answered what I was going to follow up with, that it seems like he signs that keeps them kind of flexible and that it doesn't really put them at major risk in tying them down to a bunch of money and crippling their cap. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, most NFL contracts are in the favor of the club. The numbers don't usually align with the crazy things you see on Twitter. Most of the players never actually receive that kind of money, but yeah, whether it's the running back position, the wide receiver position, the offensive line position, the Dolphins have found a way to add some good players, but it's not as though you look at any of those contracts and think, wow, that's just a terrible contract that the Dolphins are going to have such a hard time getting out of. And there have been some bad ones in the past.
So, Joe, are they done? Is there fringe players that they might be adding? Some kind of, role player type guys, maybe not the upper echelon, the JC Tretters and the kind of stuff that the greedy Dolphin fan wants to go sign top-notch free agents that are still left over. What are you hearing overall?
Well, it was reported this morning by Andy Slater that punter Thomas Morstead is visiting the Dolphins, and that is true. He is visiting. So it's a nice veteran punter, one of the best punters in the history of the NFL. And so, hey, if you bring him in on a one-year deal, I like that move a lot. And so, the Dolphins don't have a punter, and they're not going to be on the field today or for the next 2 weeks. The first phase of the Dolphins offseason program is just about learning the offense and strength and conditioning. But it is nice to have someone with a strong leg available.
Yeah, that's definitely a position of need. How are you preparing your draft coverage now? Because early on there are no picks, but it's interesting that where they do have picks, it's where the players and the positions of need are also going to land.
Yeah, if you look at the third and fourth round, and this is usually the case, there are some centers who are going to be on the board, 3 or 4 centers. Would surprise me if the Dolphins didn't draft one of them. 3 or 4 middle linebackers would surprise me if the Dolphins don't draft one of them. Obviously, if there's some player at a
running back, maybe running back, right?
Yeah, certainly possible that somebody slips. Running backs usually slip. Middle linebackers usually slip. So it's smart of the Dolphins.
Defensive tackle. What do you think about that?
Yeah, certainly possible. Christian Wilkins can play nose tackle behind Raekwon Davis, and Zach Sealer can slide inside as well. And the Dolphins probably have a couple of 330-pounders on their practice squad. But, yeah, certainly adding somebody to push Raekwon Davis, I think that would be something the Dolphins would be open to.
All right, and when you look at any of trade possibilities, is there anything left right now for the Dolphins? Do you feel that they can move for another draft pick if they wanted to try to get something else in this draft?
No, it seems as though so you think about Mike Gesicki and you say, all right, well, would the Dolphins turn around and trade a Mike Gesicki? And I say no. And for a few reasons. One, you'd like to find out how Mike Gesicki could potentially fit into this Mike McDaniel offense. And then 2, with the departure of Devontae Parker, who's a big target, when you look at Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle being guys who are, 5'10" or shorter, on third down and red zone, you'd like to have Mike Gesicki as basically your big receiver. And so, no, I don't think the Dolphins are going to trade Mike Gesicki. Devontae Parker is a trade that we obviously expected. Look, could there be a couple of scheme fit guys, an offensive lineman who doesn't quite fit as well in this zone offense? Sure. Could the Dolphins eventually flip a Solomon Kinley for a 6th rounder, conditional to be a 5th? Yeah, sure. But, could the Dolphins flip a Noah Igbinoghene for a 4th rounder? Yeah, sure. But, to me, I'd rather just see how it plays out with those guys. No need to dump them.
Is there another player you feel that might end up getting a contract on this team?
Well, Christian Wilkins is the guy who makes sense to extend. And the Dolphins can probably make it work financially. It's not like they're, under the gun. And by the way, the Dolphins have a couple of players who, might very well have their contracts renegotiated or restructured. An Eric Rowe, for example. There's another guy or two that I'm not thinking of immediately. But if the Dolphins need that money, they might very well go to those guys and say, listen, if Seaton Carter, He's a fullback tight end. So Ethan Carter and Eric Rowe, could the Dolphins maybe restructure, tweak if they need the money? Absolutely.
Yeah, but dude, if you brought Ingold in, are you really going to? Is Ethan's maybe on the bubble now, right? Because of the Hunter and Gesicki, and then you also re-signed the other tight end. What's his name now that I'm forgetting?
Smythe.
Yeah, Smythe. So I don't know right now with Ethan, because of that addition of the fullback, those numbers are going to be a little ugly for. You're not going to keep as many tight ends as you did last year, is my point.
No, but what you do is you say, you keep them in camp, and then you might remember Benardrick McKinney hung around last year, and once the Dolphins realized, we're not quite so high on this guy. I don't remember the timing, but they actually restructured Benardrick McKinney's contract, gave him less, and then cut him anyway. Right. So, I mean, listen, the NFL is a ruthless league. It's kind of like being a newspaper journalist. They'll cut your butt real fast.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, your business is really, really tough, my brother. Good thing is you have a little video that you can depend on a little bit here. We're helping you out a little bit here on this side too, so it's all good. What are you working on the Palm Beach Post? What is going to develop from these interviews this afternoon?
Yeah, it's 12:03, so I think it's okay to mention. I'm probably going to be writing something about Xavier Howard, and we'll look into how he feels about being with the Dolphins long term, their commitment to him. I'm big on this idea that he's on a Hall of Fame track, that he could potentially go down as one of the greatest Dolphins of all time. So I'll talk to Xavier about that, and then my partner in crime, Hal Habib. He will probably write something about Emmanuel Ogbah, probably the most under-the-radar transaction for the Dolphins this offseason. If the Dolphins hadn't brought back Ogbah at a pretty fair number, they would be scrambling, for defensive ends who aren't as good. Trey Flowers, guys like that, not as good as Emmanuel Ogbah. If the Dolphins have added Emmanuel Ogbah from the Chiefs or the Browns or something, or the Patriots, there would be a lot of hype and enthusiasm and excitement. So we'll shine a little light on the Emmanuel Ogbah return.
There's Hal in the background. I see him right there. All right. By the way, the other way. You got to look there. There you go.
Say hi to Big O.
Yeah. What's up, baby? Much love, Hal.
Big O always loops you in. He always brings up, make sure you read Joe.
Yes, I love Hal.
Yeah.
Always. I love Hal. Hal knows I love him, bro. He knows I love him.
He's a crafty veteran, sort of like Thomas Morstead, the punter the Dolphins might be signing.
Exactly.
I could draw a direct line between Hal and Thomas Morstead.
We'll wrap it up with this. You talked about the under-the-radar signing of Ogbah. So I thought about this. What is the most underappreciated signing by the Miami Dolphins this offseason by Joe Shad? Since I can't get you to give a damn A to anybody, give me who is going to be the most underrated signing out of all the signings that they did this offseason.
Well, I really like bringing in Teddy Bridgewater as a backup to Tua Tagovailoa, as opposed to Jacoby Brissett, who is from West Palm Beach. Yeah, I know, but I that's my coverage area. So
I know, but I'm going with this.
Teddy Bridgewater is a better player than Jacoby Brissett, and he is a Miami guy. But aside from that, if something were to happen to Tua Tagovailoa, I have great confidence that Teddy Bridgewater will play well. So I like that signing. A little under the radar.
Okay, there you go. That's good. And for everybody on the chat board, please smash the like button. And who is your most under the radar pick or signing, free agent signing by the Miami Dolphins this offseason? Who it is? Who is it, baby? All right, and follow him on Twitter at Shad Joe, and catch his work at the Palm Beach Post, and subscribe and support people like Joe Shad and Hal Habib, of course, because that's my buddy.
We love Hal.
We love Hal.
You're the biggest Hal Habib advocate I've ever met.
He's a soccer guy, bro. He's like me. He likes all sports.
What did you do a soccer report with Hal Habib? That'd be cool.
We would. Well, back in the striker days, he and I used to, be able to chat a lot in fusion days. We don't have that anymore. So, It's kind of I like that. I haven't seen him at the Inter Miami games. That's where I'm surprised he hasn't been going to those Inter Miami games.
We're plotting a media outing to a Florida Panthers playoff game. We're very excited about it.
Nice, very nice. $100 says Armando Salguero will not be in that group.
No, he doesn't like hockey.
More people. All right. Anyway, we will see you next week.
Hey, bud. Take care.
You got to be good. There you go. That is Joe Shad with our Miami Dolphins reports.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.
All right. We're back, and let's break. Hour number 3. It's 30 seconds is next.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OKCoin studios. OKCoin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013. OKCoin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OKCoin studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Here, we told you it was quick, just to make a little switch over. We thank, of course, Joe Shad joining us. And we thank John Ruiz. Great conversation. That was actually really, really cool with John Ruiz. You're not going to get 53 minutes anywhere else with John Ruiz, but you'll get it here. And we'll get him on again. I'm looking forward to hopefully building a nice little bridge with him here on the program. Joe Shad, of course. We thank him. And by the way, who is your under-the-radar pick? You know who's my under-the-radar pick? And I thought Joe Shad had a great one, maybe for different reasons. I liked his Teddy Bridgewater pick, but he probably likes it because he already expects Tua to fail and he wants Teddy to play. And so, whatever. I don't expect Teddy to bail anybody out of any season because he's never bailed out his own team. So that doesn't really matter. I love the Teddy Bridgewater pick that he said only because of what I think Teddy brings here. the experience, the knowledge, what he's going to see on the field. I think it helps a young quarterback in a big, big, big time way, man. So for me personally, I'm kind of that. I like that one, but I got to tell you something. The under the radar selection for the Miami Dolphins this year, I believe, is Alex Ingold. Alex Ingold is the guy because Tua got killed last year. Guys, somebody would fail to pick up a block, and there was always somebody free. And Ingold is going to be the guy that is going to save Tua's ass at times because the line is going to be better at blocking, I expect. I expect less leaks. But when the leaks happen, because it happens to every line, Alex Ingold is going to be the guy that we're going to see time and time again. We're going to go, holy crap, did you see Ingold? He picked up that block and allowed Tua to make that pass. I think Ingold is going to be the under-the-radar pick out of all of them. Because, yeah, I know Tyreek Hill's a stud, and I expect Cedric to be a good player for them, and Teron Armstead, and even Teddy Bridgewater. I expect him to be an exceptional backup quarterback, providing experience, leadership, and an extra pair of eyes that, I don't think Tua had in Brissett. Let's put it that way. Okay, I just think Teddy's going to see things that Jacoby Brissett won't see in 10 years from now. That's just the way I look at it. But Ingold, I think, is going to be a freaking savior, man. Safety valve, dropping passes off to him when there's pressure, him picking up blocks, him picking up short yardage plays. I just think Ingold is going to be an addition that we haven't had here for a while and is going to help out in all these little things that turn out into big things. It's an important drive. He kept it alive with a short yardage run. It's an important drive. He picked up a block and you made a pass that won you the game. That kind of stuff. He caught a pass out in the flats, got 3 or 4 or 5 yards, kept the chains moving, kept a really important drive. I just think Ingold's going to be that guy. That all year long, you're just going to see moments where you're like, son of a bitch. Wow, that was awesome. That was great. That was fantastic. That was clutch. Even though it wasn't the biggest moment in the play, but you knew it was a key moment of the play. And that's kind of the thing. So I'm going to go with Ingold on that one as the guy that comes under the radar. Okay? And by the way, for what was his name now? Because I forgot now. This stuff it's like water under the bridge for me, and I completely forget about it and move on. But since I saw it during the John Ruiz interview, what's a Topher? There you go. I should have remembered that 70s show. For Topher and for the other guy, you guys are just sensitive little wussies. You know that? And for those of you that don't understand, okay, of Topher's comments about, China, blocking crypto and all this, it's because I've already answered that like 8 times. You would figure if you'd watched this enough, you would know already by now, yeah, that FUD out there of China, that's not true. China's not against crypto. They're just doing it for themselves, for the government, for the people that are rich. And they want to keep it all for themselves, so they limit their people is what they're doing. Meanwhile, VeChain runs everything in their country. But of course, if you don't know that, you know what I mean? But that's why I lose it, because if you watch this enough, it's like, stop repeating stupid stuff. And that's the problem. So, some of you are, and what was the other clown that was like, oh, I only watched the Big O because he says something good about the Dolphins. I swear, I saw that in glancing. If I see that again, I'm going to just block a clown like that, because that's not a clown I want watching this show. I don't want a clown like that any part of this show. I've said this for 32 years. If you're sensitive, don't ever listen to this show. Don't. Just drop it, unsubscribe, don't watch, don't follow. You don't need it. You don't need it, because if you can't handle when I'm going to tell you Dale Talon needs to get fired, or that Flo needs to get fired in the middle of a winning streak, you can't handle this show. It's just the way it is. So I'm not here to be a cheerleader. I call things like I see it. I believe in Tua. This is not bullshit that I'm trying to, have some fun with this. And no, I believe in Tua. Now, if I didn't believe in Tua, I would also say it with the same kind of conviction, like I did with Ryan Tannehill for many, many years. No matter, even if he played well at times, I knew it was FUD. I knew it wasn't real, because he's not a real quarterback. He's a game manager. So whoever that clown was that said, I only listen because he says something positive about the Dolphins, you may want to tune out. I may want to warn you ahead of time. We call it like we see it. We don't just say things to just say them. I don't like doing that. I've never been that guy that says something negative just to get a rise out of people, or I'm saying something positive just so I can get, love from people on it or something. No, I'm not. I don't do anything to appease people. I don't do that. That's not my style. Okay? So there you go. And I'm not going to lose a bit of sleep on it. It's worked very well for me for 32 years. I don't think I'm changing now. I agree, Big O. Been wanting a fullback on the team for a while, and I'm glad we'll never see the sub in at QB on 3rd and 4th and short ever again, says David Triana. It's just, it's funny, man. I just think that the Ingold pick is going to go completely under the radar. And as the year goes on, people are going to go, wow, I'm so glad that guy's a part of this team. GP Trap says, I believe in Tua. There you go. Jason says, Edmonds never lost his starting job. He was injured for 5 weeks with a high ankle sprain and was a starter when he came back. Connor had 1 game over 100 yards total last year. He just scored TDs. Yeah. No, Chase Edmonds is a good football player. Really good football player. I like Chase Edmonds, man. And he fits exactly what they do here. Exactly what they do. Perfect fit, man. Great receiver out of the backfield, too. That's the one thing that he's got 2 guys that have speed, that fit the zone scheme, and that can catch the ball. And obviously, one of them knows the system very well. But, I mean, I don't think Chase will have any trouble adjusting to it. He looks like a really smart guy. Fins for Life says, do you think I know nobody knows a question that Bitcoin is going to keep going down or it'll eventually find a floor and shoot back up? I think within 3 to 4 months, it's going to be around 80. Yeah. I think by the end of the year, it'll be at 80,000. Yeah. And this is awesome. By the way, Fins for Life, this is awesome what's going on with Bitcoin. I love that it's fuddling around this area here in the 40s. And it's now, between 45 and 47, basically. I love this. Now it's at 44.1. This is fantastic. I don't want a parabolic shot all the way up. It went down to 34. It's gone up to now. It's at 44. Went up to 47, 48. I wanted to screw around here for a little bit. I told you guys this for several days. So I'm good if it finishes out the week like this, and then maybe next week, after you've been kind of in this area for a week to 10 days, now you start shooting up to maybe 50, 51, 52, and screw around there for a week or 2 or 3. I have no problem with a nice, slow build. And it allows anybody that wants to get into Bitcoin, it allows you to get in at a lower price right now. Because when it is at 80, and look, it's at 44 right now. If it's at 80, you basically doubled your money. And that's what's going to happen probably by the end of the year. It may be even higher than 80 at the pace that we're going. Because when Terra's done buying their $6 billion of Bitcoin, and I don't know how much more Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy is going to buy, but, the institutions are chomping it up. And why are they doing it? They know what's coming. They're the smart ones. So just telling you, it's something you need to take advantage of. That's what I'm doing. I'm not a financial advisor, but I'm telling you what I am doing, and take advantage. DCA as much as you can, because you will not get this opportunity again. Big O, I can envision you wearing an in-gold jersey. Well, Jay, I'll tell you this. I am going to wear an Alec in-gold jersey Super Bowl week when the Dolphins are in the Super Bowl. Okay? How about that? We will purchase an Alex Ingold jersey and wear it Super Bowl week as the Dolphins bring us our third title. Because we told you the last year was a tune-up, but we had to get rid of the bad spark plug, right, which was Flo. Now we got a good spark plug in Mike McDaniel. Now the car is ready to go. Now we're humming, baby. Big O spoken like a true dollar cost averager. Damn right. Damn right. Damn right. Let's see what else. Big O practically goes live every freaking day, gives us facts, gives us his takes, gives us all kinds of insiders, everything Miami sports. Who wouldn't want to watch Big O, man? Thank you, Mr. Dinetto. D-Monet. D-Monet. Count the money. D-Monet. D-Monet. Why, sire, you look like the piss boy. And you look like a bucket of... Big O, being as the Dolphins will be a run-first oriented offense, do you think they will have issues when they need to come back in games? Well, Mike, why don't we find out? Let's find out what kind of team they're going to be first. You're already assuming that they're going to be run-oriented, which they should be. They're supposed to be, but what about if they can't necessarily run the ball after all the talk? So let's wait for the season to develop. In the end, Mike, this is what I'll tell you what I think. If you can run the ball, if you can block, then Tua will do anything that you need in order to win the game. He'll bring you back. He'll give you a lead. He'll win it in the clutch. He'll make the plays. He'll make the throws you need. I am not worried about Tua, the quarterback, Tua, the human being, Tua, the leader, Tua, the professional. You could tell me Tua durability. Okay, maybe, he's had a few injuries. Yeah, I can be concerned about that. That's the only one for me that, I don't want him to take a ton of hits. Fine. But outside of that, I'm worried about everything else. Do we have coaches that know how to teach, how to block and how to run the damn ball? Do we have a coach that knows how to set up a game plan, play design, set teams up from one series to another? Do we have a quarterback's coach that can communicate with the quarterback and has experience and has been there and done it? Yes. Yes to all of this. Do we have a head coach that has experience in offenses and calling plays and all that? Yes, we have all of that. So now, if you start executing, and I'm talking about the run game and blocking, I have zero concerns that Tua will ball out. Zero. And I get it. Some of you out there, you think Tua can't play and he doesn't have an arm and he's too short and it's noodle arm and all that stuff. So nothing's going to convince you anyway, right? That's just the way it is. So let's just wait for the season. Let's see the boys take the field. Let's see how they play. We'll see how good the offense is. We'll see how good the play calling and the coaching is, and then we'll find out how it trickles down to Tua and how he plays. But I can't tell you exactly what they're going to be, but I can tell you this. If you fix the offensive issues, Tua will not be your problem. That's all I know. I am convinced of that. I feel confident in that. But you have to make sure you fix all the offensive issues. You run, you block, and you know how to call a damn game. The quarterback will take care of the rest. 100% convinced that that's what's going to end up happening. Let's see. What do we have here? Dokes intrigues me. They better give him a chance in camp. I'm sure they'll all get a chance, Jay. You know what I mean? Salvan Ahmed, RB3, could be Brandon. None of us will know, my brother. We'll find out. Maybe a light goes on for the draft pick from last year. Maybe they draft another guy. You never know. In that third or fourth round, ladies and gentlemen, they could end up picking another player, another running back there that they like, that falls there and they think fits great, and you groom them this year. You use them, a little bit with the other guys, and then next year you're probably going to get rid of one or both of them, and then you can elevate the young man and become the guy. Big O, is there any linebacker in free agency that is left that you wouldn't? No, I don't think there's a middle linebacker I want right now in free agency. No, I don't think there's anybody like, oh my God, we got to have him. Like Tretter. I feel that they're probably fine with the two guys they signed, and they think the other guys will fill out the other spots. They probably feel that. But Tretter would be the one guy out of the free agents that are out there that I would say, dude, I would like that guy. Okay, I can see wanting, the center. I mean, and there's a little selfishness, I will admit. Okay, I got to admit a little bit here, because I believe you're going to find 3 players out of the group that you have left to fill out the rest of the line. But because I want Tua to succeed in a big time way, I wouldn't mind a veteran, center like that, because I know then the transition will be a lot faster, and it'll be, he'll have steadiness right from the get-go and experience in JC Tretter. And again, JC Tretter is a veteran, and he has seen more than Tua. So he's going to help Tua also in that sense too. So there's a little selfishness to signing JC Tretter. Apparently, Xavier Howard, by the way, is now meeting with the media. He has now taken the podium here at 12:30 as announced by Joe Shad. So we will keep you updated with some of the things going on in the press conference there with the Miami Dolphins. I mean, listen, it's not like X normally says much. You know what I'm saying? So as much as you like him as a player, and he's a great player, he doesn't normally say anything out there. Let's see. Howard said he told McDaniel he's got to get my hamstrings back because of all of the speed now in the Dolphins offense. I guess he's kind of joking around because of all the speed on the offense. It will be fun. I will say that, going out to practice and watching X go up against, either guy, Waddle or Tyreek, that's going to be fun. I will say that. So, yeah, he says, I've got to get my hammies right because of the speed on the offense. He said Tyreek Hill will focus on getting each other better. It's what should be fun about practice matchups. All right. So as the stuff trickles in, he's not really going to say anything out of this world. David says, since baseball season starts tomorrow, which Marlins team do you think had the most potential for a World Series run since 2003? For me, it was 2009 when the team had Hanley. Yeah, that was the one. And then they wiped out the team right away. But in the end, they haven't been anything like that, like a World Series team. And they're not that right now. You know what I mean? We just got to hope for some career years by young guys in order to get to the playoffs. I think they will even struggle to be a 500 team. And I know they ended the spring, 7-7 or something, but that's the spring. If Ingold is our savior, we're in big trouble. PSJ, my brother, that's the problem in this country, bro. You're the guy that made playing the telephone game as a kid. You're the guy that effed it all up. I don't think I ever said savior. Never said savior. Nobody ever said savior. So it's like, that's the problem now. And in this world, we have this all the time. A guy like PSJ now goes and tells his friend, hey, you know what O said? That the fullback's going to be the savior. Like, I never said that. But a guy like that We'll do, and then there's a bunch of you that are watching that are just like PSJ. You hear whatever the hell you want to hear, and then you react on it, and then you go off on it, and you're off on a tangent that had nothing to do with it. At no point did I say Alex Ingold is the savior. None. I said the under-the-radar guy. The guy you didn't expect that all of a sudden plays a role for you that's pretty major that you don't wow. That's all I said. Didn't say he was a savior. Didn't say that he's the reason why you're in the playoffs. He's the reason why you won 10 games. No. I just said he's going to be the reason why there'll be some key plays, and he's going to be a part of those key plays. That's all I said. No point did I ever say savior. That's a beautiful example of what's wrong in our society. You read a tweet, you completely misread it, and then you go off to your friends and family members and start saying what something was reported, which was completely wrong. Why? Because you chose to misread it, misunderstand it, misinterpret it, and there it goes. That's our society right there. PSJ 2013. That's our society right there. Big O, History of the World Classic. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Big O, are you surprised Albert Wilson is still on the team? Is he? Is he still on the team? Yeah, I'm so surprised. I didn't realize he's still on the team. Well, I mean, why not? Keep him there for now, just in case you suffer injuries. It's not like he has a shot at making the team anyway. You know what I mean? So I don't expect him. He's not a player in special teams. So he has no shot at starting. Last year, he had no business being on the team. Only Brian Flores would keep out, which obviously was his guy. He obviously had this hankering for Albert Wilson that he had to keep him on the roster. Why? I have no idea. Dan B says, nope, didn't say that. Said we are a hell of a lot better than he is under the radar free agent signing. Xavier Howard just said about McDaniel and new staff, everything is different. Everybody's happy. Gee, I wonder why. Well, he got his money. I'd rather Miami employ a 4-3 or a 5-2 as their base mixed with the 3-4. That's what Jay personally says. I just want him to play well, Jay. I don't care what defense you have, dude. Every defense works if you get the right players and you've got the right coach. So to me, it doesn't really matter what scheme you play. It's play the right scheme, get the right talent, get the right coach, and then everything falls into place. So I think we kind of get a little crazy about that kind of stuff. I'll tell you, this is what I will tell you, Jay, personally, that I do love, and I do want them to be this, is I want them to be that run-oriented offense. That's kind of what we think they're going to be, and obviously they have to go out and execute it. But if you can run a 3-4, you can run a 4-3, you can run a 4-6, you can run a 2-5, you can run does a 1-10 exist? I don't give a shit. Okay, what defense you run. But I'll tell you this on offense, you better run the ball. Run the damn ball. How, why, where, what, I don't care. Run the ball. That any offense needs to run the ball. And if they get back to that, I hope so, then Tua is going to be a monster. Because once you give a good quarterback a running game, they should be able to do all kinds of damage. Because the defense has to commit an extra person to handle that, which then frees up something in the secondary. It will make Tua's life way more manageable. And if there's any element that I am so sick and tired of missing from this team, it's not a formation. It's not if you play run and shoot or pound and ground or K-gun or I don't know, all these different offenses that we've had over the years. I don't care what you do. Run the ball. That's it. That's all I want you to do. Run the ball. And if you can run the ball and they know you can run the ball and they know they struggle to stop the run, Tua will have a Pro Bowl season. He'll be a top 10 quarterback. He'll have great stats. I want him to have what Kirk Cousins has in Minnesota, as I said many times. I want him to have what Ryan Tannehill has in Tennessee. I want him to have what Matt Stafford has with the Rams. I want him to have what New Orleans has been the last 2 years under Winston and Taysom Hill or Breeze the year before. Just give me an offense that can actually punch somebody in the mouth and run the ball. Just, that's all I'm asking. I'm not asking for much. I certainly don't want what we had last year. No line, no running game, no coaches. No, that I don't want. Give me the coaches, give me the running game, give me the line, and the rest I am guaranteeing you will take care. Be fine. Tua will be a stud. But you got to get it, man. So run the ball. That's the element I want. I don't care about what formation, offense, defense. I don't care. Offensively, run the ball, please. I want to see that again. I had fun watching Lamar Smith. I had fun watching Jay Ajayi. I had fun watching Ricky Williams. It's the few times we've had it in the last 2 decades. It was awesome. It was awesome. And it made the quarterback's life a hell of a lot easier. It would have given Marino a couple of championships, probably, if you would have gotten him that running game. Oh, my God. I can't even imagine Marino with a running game. A guy like that with a running game, oh, man. That would have been so much fun. God, it would have been fun. Jason Meyer says, I tell people all the time, we're going to be this pass-happy offense, even though we loaded up on wide receivers. Being balanced will open up everything. It's not boring. It will be winning football. Exactly, Jason. That's some, I had some guy send me a tweet a couple of weeks ago that heard me say the same thing. And again, it's kind of like my boy, JP, whatever. Again, they interpreted you know what the guy came back at me? Oh, so after all you talk about Tua, so you think he's nothing because you want him to run the ball and that's it. And I'm like, dude, I want him to run the ball so it protects Tua. So it allows Tua to have play action, my brother. So Tua can then go out there and do his freaking job, man. I go, do you remember Marino? Yeah, he was great at passing, but he couldn't end up getting deep into the playoffs on a consistent basis or ever win a title. Why? Because he couldn't run the ball and he didn't have a defense. So the guy interprets that I'm all of a sudden I'm a hypocrite because I want him to run the ball. That means I want him to be just run-oriented the entire time and be boring and not pass. And that's exactly what I'm thinking is what Jason Myers just said. By running, by sucking up those linebackers, by putting the fear of God in them that you can punch them in the mouth and shove it down their throats for 4+ yards anytime you want, will make life easy on the passing game. And Tua will light these fools up. Jason gets it. That guy that from a couple weeks ago didn't get it. Didn't get it. He thinks I'm just jamming on Tua, which I am the most supportive guy in the media for Tua. Which I can never be mistaken for the guy that doesn't believe in Tua, ever. And if he fails, then you can come back at me and tell me, dude, you believed in Tua, you were wrong. But I'll ride that. I'm fine with that. But I'm not, my desire for this team to get back to running, it's what helped Kurt Warner be himself. It's what helped Joe Montana do his thing, and they passed a lot. But when you've got Marshall Faulk and a good line, you have to account for that. And if you're going to account for that, there's no way you're going to account for Holt, for Hakeem, and for Bruce. You can't. It's impossible. Same thing as San Francisco. If you got to worry about Roger Craig, then you've got to worry about everybody else. And that is all the test of time. Russell Wilson. What happened with that last play call? It was a run, right? The run would have set you free. You would have won your second title. And why was Russell so effective? Because Marshawn Lynch was punishing. Once you lost Marshawn Lynch and they had this hodgepodge and all that, the Chris whatever kid, he was all right, but they never got back to having a dominant running game. Did they win again? No. Russell's great, but Russell needs a running game too. Doesn't matter who you are, man. You want to open up your passing game. You want your quarterback to have more freedoms. You want your quarterback to be able to hurt teams more. You got to be able to hurt them on the ground first. You have to. And that's why anybody that thinks, any of us that want a running game, it's not that we want a boring offense. It's that we want an offense. That's why Jason got it right. It's going to make the offense even better when you can run. So, but that's how this world is. You guys hear one thing, some of you hear one thing, and you interpret it completely different. Let's see. I watched the Zonka days in the greater good. Zonka up the middle for 8 or so. D Crowd's box. Merc outside for 8 or so. Rinse, repeat. Exactly. PSJ says, I thought you already said with the new coaching staff, everything will be perfect. Been listening for that for weeks. Yeah, I expect them to fix the running game. Yeah. But it doesn't mean, it's going to happen. But it's up to them. They've got to fix it. I believe in those guys. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. They have to prove it still. I believe Tua will be the guy. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I believe it. I believe in the kid. I think he hasn't been the problem. What do you want me to tell you? Got to do it still, right? I believe Strus should be starting over Duncan for a long time now, right? You still have to prove it, right? When Strus does get the start, even though I believe Strus is the better starter than Duncan, he still has to prove me right. Correct, PSJ? So I love McDaniel and Frank and Applebaum and this coaching staff and the dedication that they're going to show to the run game. I believe in Mike McDaniel in that sense, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be right. They still have to prove me right. You got to watch how you interpret things. I think the Chiefs' Achilles heel last year was not having that run game to complement. Yeah, Clyde Hilaire got injured again. He's had a couple of injuries. So, yeah, I'm with you. Boy, the spammers are out, huh? People forget 49ers killed teams with modest running games. Should have won more Super Bowls, I guess is what you mean. Remember Jimmy overthrowing wide receiver. Oh, you're talking about the new Niners. Yes, they were dominating with the run. And he should have hit Emmanuel Sanders for the touchdown, is what you're saying, of course. That was Garoppolo's fault there. The running game. By the way, PSJ, there is a perfect example. Thank you, sir. That helps PSJ. I believed in Garoppolo. For many, many years, I like Garoppolo. I liked him from the moment I saw him at the East-West Shrine game. I said, I like that kid. I think he can play. And he can play, by the way. I was right about that. And I said to Dolphin fans, hey, man, maybe this is a guy you can get in the 3rd or 4th round. He has a monster week in the East-West, and he gets invited to the Senior Bowl, and his stock soars to the 2nd round. So the Dolphins couldn't get him. Patriots take him and develop him. And I've always been a Garoppolo guy. I got to tell you, I'm wrong. Because Garoppolo can't get over that throw he needs to make all the time. And it's not just Emmanuel Sanders. I've seen it in other games since then. Key moments where he just makes the mistake. And you're like, dude. And I know he has a problem staying healthy. That's been his major problem. But he also has shown me the knack of not being clutch. And that's a problem for me. So PSJ, there's an example of a guy that I like, and I believe that he can play, and he can play, but he can't close. He can't close. He's on the all-runway team. He looks great. He makes a bunch of throws, and then there are key moments where it just goes scatterbrain. He reminds me of Ryan Tannehill. Like, I know that about Ryan Tannehill. I know he's going to go scatterbrain in pressure moments because that's not who he is. He's a guy that has to play on script. He has to play with a lead. He is not the guy that has the moxie and can start ad-libbing back there. And all. No. He can't do that. That's not who he is. And I thought Garoppolo would be the guy that can ad-lib and do things that franchise quarterbacks have to do. They have to make some of those throws that are key moments. And I've been wrong about Garoppolo on that. He has not gotten over that hump because of that 2 issues, the injuries and the key moments. Not enough of them for Garoppolo. So there's an example of something that I believed in, but he didn't prove me right. I'm wrong on Garoppolo. Alexander says, I believe that this team is a 12 to 13 win team, but in order for that to happen, everything has to click, coaches, the players. If you can run the ball, that will open it up for Tua. I agree. Big O, aren't you convinced that useless Miami stop Allen from running wild? If no one is open, he does this. We will never beat him. Boyer needs to devise a special game plan for Allen. There's no doubt you got to contain him, keep him in the pocket, and force him to beat you from there. That's your challenge against Josh Allen. Can he beat you from the pocket? Yes. Can he absolutely, as the Three Stooges would say, myrtleize you when he's running? Oh, it's over. So you got to pick your poison because he still has a little bit of the erratic nature in him. I don't think Josh Allen will ever develop into an Aaron Rodgers type passer. And what I mean by that is Aaron Rodgers is an incredibly consistent pinpoint passer. That's not Josh Allen. Josh will do it a lot, but he'll have his erratic moments. Still, I saw it last year several times. So keep him in the pocket and hope for those erratic moments to show up. But if you allow him to run, the erratic moments are less and the damage is double because now your DBs have to hang with the receivers longer, which makes it even harder, which gets them open, which he can make any throw in the book. And he's got a rifle a cannon for an arm, right? And then if he's got open field, okay, the pass is not there, but he's going to start getting you 5, 10, 15, 20 yards. And he is a big ass dude out in the open field, a bitch to tackle. So really, whatever plan you devise against Josh Allen, it has to be one where you keep him in the pocket, you pressure and hit him as much as possible, and you try to force him into bad throws. That to me is the only way you can try to beat Josh Allen. Okay? Because I'm not going to sit here with some kind of a cocky attitude and tell you, oh no, the Dolphins have proven that they can shut down Josh Allen. They can do this, this, and that. No, we know they haven't even come close. But if they're going to do it, keep his ass in the pocket. That's the only way. That's the only way you have a shot. Keep his ass in the pocket and make sure Ogbah and Phillips and Van Ginkel and company get to him. Here's another one, Big O, you like? Brock Osweiler. Yep, that's right. Now, I liked him as a project in the 3rd round. Okay? Which I still, to this day, I would have rather taken Brock Osweiler in the 3rd round than Ryan Tannehill at number 8 overall in the draft. I would have rather make the mistake that year with Brock than with Tannehill. So, I was wrong, but I would have rather been wrong that way than the way I was right about Tannehill, wrong about Osweiler. I liked Osweiler as a project, but 3rd round, got to make sure we put context to it and make sure we put it all the way I like it. All right? So 3rd round. And they took him in the 2nd, Denver. Because, again, desperate teams, desperate league, they all reach for quarterbacks higher than they should go. But I was saying 3rd round that year for Brock Osweiler. But either way, didn't make it. Let's see. I know you guys hated Chicken Grant. I did not. Not me. But imagine having him back there at kickoffs. Imagine that speed within the 3 guys on the field. That's not me. I'm the Jakeem Grant guy. I have no problem with Jakeem Grant. I really didn't want to see him go, but it is what it is. I guess I'm one of the few that was a Jakeem Grant guy. Pulisic says, I swear I want Iggy to do well, not only to help the team, but to shut people up who think they know everything at home on their sofa. You know, for me, my problem with Noah Igbinoghene is he hasn't played. And people make it sound like he's a finished product when he's only played a couple of games. And first game out, you're playing against Stephon Diggs, one of the best route runners in the NFL, one of the best receivers in the NFL. It's just not fair, dude. And that's what people remember, that Diggs just absolutely undressed him because he was a child. So that's my problem with Noah, that I think Noah can make a lot of people look really foolish because a lot of people have jumped to a conclusion that they really don't have enough proof to. That's the thing. If you had enough proof, then I get it. You know? But you don't. So I was a Grant guy, didn't want to see him go, but I would imagine Flo had enough at that point and was probably making their lives miserable, and who knows? What are you going to do? Right, ladies and gentlemen? What are you going to do? Let's see what we got here. Oh, by the way, it was a great night last night. Not only was it a great night because the Panthers obviously came back from a 4-goal deficit to defeat the Maple Leafs 7-6 in overtime. Just amazing. It wasn't only great because the Miami Heat clinched the number 1 seed, locked it in with a 144-115 win over the Hornets. So now there's no way they lose the number 1 seed, scoring 144 points. That's impressive. And a franchise record 3-pointers too in the game for the team. But it was a great night because the Lakers got eliminated from the playoffs last night. That was awesome. LeBron James's sorry ass will have to sit on the sidelines for 2 out of 3 years with the Lakers. His broken ass self will have to sit there and watch the playoffs and watch the Miami Heat and everybody else in the playoffs. And then we'll have to watch, because you know how LeBron is. He's going to want attention. He can't live without attention. So somehow or another, he's going to want to, make everyone aware that he's watching, and he'll be congratulating other players on their performances and maybe taking backhanded shots at some of his own teammates by giving compliments out to others and those kind of things. So Mr. Passive Aggressive is going to be a part of the playoffs one way or another, even though he's a spectator like everybody else. So last night, the Spurs win, and LeBron didn't play, but the Suns routed them 121-110. And in that game, they've got a longtime announcer who, Stu Lance, who had a hot mic last night, and something got on the hot mic. So that got off on a hot mic, which he's been there since like 87 or something. He's been there a long time, seen a lot of great basketball. So that was good. That was good. By the way, I watched the first 3 episodes of Lakers Showtime, or whatever, the making of the Lakers, whatever. My God, and it says it at the beginning that stuff is over dramatized, so it's really not accurate. I know Jeff Pearlman, the man that wrote the book, and when I'm done watching this series, I'm going to get Jeff Pearlman on so he can tell me how much more different this show is than his book. There is no way Jerry West was this kind of an asshole. There's no way. The way they pictured, the way they portray Jerry West, my Lord, wow. I got to ask Jeff, was he that bad? And by the way, it's not great. It becomes entertaining, and I start to look at it like a television show, not like a real biography, because just too much of it is just exaggerated. And you can tell that some of the stuff is exaggerated and not accurate. But listen, it's all right. I've watched 3 of them, just so I guess I'm halfway, right? Or isn't there like 7 episodes or something like that? I think I saw. So 3 of them so far. Mordecai says, Big O Show, you're so right. Just listen to Dirty Honey. Great band. Got a Greta Van Fleet and Led Zepp vibe. Yeah, they got an old school vibe. And the singer's voice is just incredible, bro. Incredible. Excellent band. Excellent band. Can't wait to see Dirty Honey this weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. Big O, keep the Lakers out of your mouth. Yeah, the Lakers suck that ass. It's awesome. It's great to see the clown-ass Lakers out. Yep. Big O, in the end, how much credit does Flores get for the stellar defense, and how much Josh Boyer? I don't really care anymore about that, dude. I don't care about Brian Flores anymore. He's not a Dolphins head coach. So to me, I've moved on. I don't care what anybody thinks he meant to the team or how he affected it or whatever. All I know is he was part of the problem, and he wasn't part of the solution. So they got rid of the solution, and to me, they got rid of the problem, and to me, that's the best part about it. So Josh Boyer will prove his value to you this year when none of us can ever say what went on a lot of times behind the scenes because Brian Flores was given so much power. Those days are gone. Mike McDaniel is coaching the team, does not possess the power that Flores and Gase had. So now church and state are separated, and we'll get a better feel for it all. That's it. It's the way we got to look at it, man. Forget about flow. Let's see if Josh Boyer is the man. Okay. Oh, by the way, anybody out there, if you like, I don't know, I guess I would call it punk new wave-ish or something like that, but the Dead Kennedys are coming to the Revolution Live June 19th. Tickets go on sale tomorrow. And again, Mammoth has canceled their tour. So Dirty Honey is now touring alone. I don't know if any of you are going to the Hard Rock in Orlando. I am going on Sunday. I'll see them there. And really nice thing out in Pasadena. Van Halen, obviously from Pasadena, they are being honored, let's just say, as they are naming a stage. Pasadena, California is paying tribute to the hometown band of Van Halen for 50 years after the band formed there in the California city. And Pasadena officials have approved naming a public performance stage in a new park after the group, which was formed in 1972 by Alex and Eddie. The Van Halen stage will be part of a new 1-acre Playhouse Village park at 701 East Union Street between El Molino and Oak Knoll Avenues. The city held a public outreach to solicit suggestions for the name of the new park, with Eddie Van Halen as one of the most popular suggestions, while a city commissioner recommended naming the performing stage not just for Eddie, but for the entire band. There you go. So the Van Halen stage coming to a Pasadena, park near you. All right. We are out of here. We got to thank several people. John Ruiz, of course, for joining us. Ian Rappaport, Joe Shad, Ira Winderman, and Clay Ferraro. We got to thank, of course, Sean Stanley, who masters this program. Remember, we don't stop. We continue here. Sean Stanley is taking over with a little squared circle digest. So he'll be talking a little wrestling for you now. For the next, I don't know what he does it for, 15, 20 minutes, a half hour, 45 minutes, an hour. It's kind of like me, you know, he does the same thing. When he's done, he's done. You know, and you don't argue with Sean. Okay, I've learned that. You know, we go through a million downloads every couple of weeks, and we would put on a post, you know, 1 million, 2 million, 4 million, 8 million, 9 million, you know. We got to 15, and he said, hey, we got to start doing every 5 million now. This is too much. What do you think? I didn't argue. It's the great Sean Stanley. So what Sean Stanley says is what we all do. And what I say is, listen to Sean Stanley if you know better, okay? And he's coming up next, all right? Stay tuned, baby. It's the Squared Circle Digest.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Coming in hot, it is Squared Circle Digest. Sean Stanley here. Hope you enjoyed the Big O Show and, of course, Sloman's Inside the Paint. And now we talk a little wrestling. Of course, AEW on tonight. And this weekend was the great WrestleMania. Probably one of the better ones that have in the last probably 3-4 years. And maybe that's just because of all the nostalgia they had in this one. You saw Stone Cold come back. Of course, Vince McMahon in Pat McAfee was, to me, superb. And, of course, with Stone Cold, the beer drinking, and then the Raw afterwards, 2.1. A Raw went over 2 million viewers. So I guess congratulations. They took advantage of the WrestleMania. Finally, they get a 2. And of course, as Man of 1,005 Holds says, Samoa Joe is All Elite. He'll be on All Elite Wrestling tonight. He made his debut at the ROH Supercard. Of course, the great Tony Khan said, don't leave early. Stick around at ROH Supercard. And you saw the AEW stamp on everything that was Ring of Honor. You saw FTR become the new ROH Tag Team Champions. They beat the Briscoes. Of course, they did the handshake as they are turning them into faces. And then the Young Bucks hit the ring. There, John Gresham retained and actually unified the ROH titles. It was a good pay-per-view. It was a pretty good pay-per-view. Wheeler Yuta also captured, what was it, the ROH, forgot which title he got there. I think the Pure title is what Wheeler Yuta took, who is also, again, he is now signed to, he's always been with All Elite, but now I guess he's been signed to a deal. So AEW all over the Ring of Honor. And you also saw Tully Blanchard. He went down. He was at Ring of Honor. He debuted a new tag team, as well as Brian Cage returned at the Supercard of Honor. Looking at the WrestleMania cards, love to hear your impact, what you thought was your favorite match on the WrestleMania nights. Night 1, I thought, outperformed night 2. I thought the main event, Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar, fell flat. The ending, I thought it was a very hard-hitting match. It looks like there might have been an injury. Nothing's been said on that. Roman Reigns at the end of the match, you saw him grab the rope and pull out and pop his shoulder back in. So maybe that was for some of the clankiness on the finish, but it looked like it just went home too quick. And for me, it lost a lot of the build that they had built up for that match. Up to that point, very hard hitting. Everything you wanted in a unification title match. And then all of a sudden it was one spear and take it home after he had already been F5'd, I believe, like 2 or 3 times during that match. So I thought that match to me fell flat because of the ending. And Brandon, Roman, he got hurt, but at that same time, I understand it's a shoulder injury, but real quick, he popped it back into place. Shayna Baszler had an injury sort of like that when she took on Amber Moon. And I don't know if you've watched the video, but she pops her shoulder back in on the ring post and then goes back in. Man of 1,005 Holds. WrestleMania was fun except for Charlotte Rousey. Just a forced, boring match, and Charlotte needs to stop doing moonsaults. You get wardrobe malfunctions every once in a while as well. But look, I was not really looking forward to Charlotte and Ronda just because, to me, they lost me when on SmackDown, they let them fight in the back. When they did that fight in the back and Charlotte ended up beating up Ronda on the car and all that stuff, they kind of lost me there. The promos leading into WrestleMania I thought were good and kind of brought it back, but they had lost me there. There's a few matches on this card, on the cards, that had lost me. The Drew McIntyre, Happy Corbin, had already seen all that. too much of that. You saw too much of the New Day, Sheamus, and Ridge Holland. Even though they only gave them 2 minutes, to me, why move a card from night one or a match from night one to night two to just give them 2 freaking minutes? You had a 2-hour kickoff show. You could have moved some of those matches to the kickoff and gave the time that you should have given to a lot of these matches. Jorge Luis Ochoa, good content, Sean. Always enjoy the late show. Thank you, my man. Appreciate it. Perfect Q. Like Cody Rhodes in WWE, but I can't help but feel his banter's a little disingenuous after all these years taking major shots at WWE. I don't know that they're disingenuous. I think what happens is, sometimes you go out, you reinvent yourself. You've got to say some things and make things seem what they are. Because if you go back out and you're going to start a company, okay, and you go out and you're like, hey, I'm Cody Rhodes. I really want to be in WWE, but right now I'm going to start AEW because I'm Cody Rhodes and I want to start it. This was all part of him, I think, repackaging himself and making Cody Rhodes' name be worth the main event spot. Because again, when he was in WWE, what did they see him as? Stardust. Right? They didn't see him as Cody Rhodes, a main eventer. They saw him as Goldust brother Stardust. So what did he do? He did the route that Drew McIntyre did, right? Drew McIntyre, WWE was like, you know what? Maybe we made a mistake here. He went back out, reinvented himself, put on some weight, put on some size, and then you see who he is today. And to me, that's what Cody did. I think Cody always wanted to be in WWE. While he was at AEW, he did what he had to do to be there as well. But he reinvented his name. He was an EVP. He started a company with the backing of Tony Khan. They put on some great pay-per-views. They created a lot of buzz. And now ultimately, he's back to where I believe he wanted to be, ultimately in a main event scene and being pushed at WrestleMania, not just a person or a talent on WrestleMania. He was being pushed. He was the main focus. Seth Rollins was building up that whole time for the debut of Cody Rhodes, or the re-debut of Cody Rhodes. So ultimately, I think he's gotten exactly what he wants. And Greater Good, thank you, man. Appreciate all the support that you do for this whole show and the community, the Big O community. Man of 1,005 holds, Edge Styles. I thought it was great. I did not like the ending. I did not like the ending of. I get that they're pushing the new. I don't know. I call it Brood 2.0 with Edge and Damian Priest, but why not make that on Raw? I don't think you needed that at that main event. I thought you took away from that match by having all of a sudden Damian Priest just kind of standing there. And to me, again, my opinion, you took away from what should have been a tremendous match one way or the other. Edge could have cheated and whatever and won the match and then have AJ confront, on Raw. Then you debut Damian Priest as the disciple of Edge or whatever you want to do at that point. Just thought it was a weird moment to, bring out Damian Priest at that point. And we'll see where it goes from there. The Cody return, McAfee theory, Austin, Vince. Yeah, I thought, that was definitely a nostalgia moment there. I thought McAfee and Theory had a great match. The Vince McMahon thing at the end, could I have done without? 100%, but it was building up to the Stone Cold coming out and making the save there at the end. Vince took I thought Austin Theory took right up there with Rock as the best stunner taker ever. Then Vince McMahon reiterated his spot in the worst Stone Cold Stunner taker ever. And then I thought McAfee was perfect with the drinking the beer, getting stunned, and just taking the slow fall back. And then, of course, they cut out to him outside the ring, and he's pouring the beer in his mouth there. Perfect cue. Sean, do you have faith that WWE is going to do right by Cody this time, or do you think eventually they'll screw it up like they usually do? I think ultimately they're going to screw it up. Unless I talked about it a little bit Monday after Raw and everything else. If they end up making 2 titles, then you can get Cody involved quickly into the main event picture. But with everything the way it has worked out right now, Cody Rhodes does not beat Roman Reigns. No matter, I get the feel-good story. I get, he wants to do it for the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, and all that. But right now, Roman Reigns is the hottest damn thing in WWE, and Cody Rhodes is not putting that fire out. So unless they build another title and bring it to Raw, because both NBC Universal wants a champion and Fox, of course, wants a champion on their show. If Roman's going to do both shows, I don't see Cody, getting that push to become that main event star, or maybe they give him the push and exactly they, he falls short, and then ultimately, or they put a triple threat match. And that was one of the things I said. You put in a triple threat match and Cody ends up pinning somebody else and not Roman, or, in any way you go with it, because they were talking about Drew McIntyre at the time. The question was, will Drew McIntyre ever get the heavyweight champion title push? Nobody beats Roman right now. Can you put in a triple threat or a 4-way and somehow, somebody else gets pinned? But Roman does not get beat. So ultimately, I think they end up screwing this up. Again, Cody's there, signed a multi-year deal. And ultimately, he's getting paid. So that is the whole reason. Is The Rock ever spotted in the audience? The greater good? No, not that I'm aware of. I didn't hear or see anything reported or, seen there. The one thing I did love too, and I love the Jackass spot with Sami Zayn. The whole, Johnny Knoxville. Look, I sent out a tweet before the match. I said, this is going to be very entertaining or it's going to be very bad. And to me, it was very entertaining. Was it going to be a great match? Hell no. But it lived up to me, to what, it was supposed to be. And kudos to Sami Zayn. He got body slammed by Wee Man, and then I love now you see the memes going around where they have Gorilla Monsoon's voice, and it's like the irresistible force meets the immovable object, and it's Andre and Hogan slams Andre, and they're doing the whole same thing with Wee Man slamming Sami Zayn. You saw a lot of the Jackass crew get involved. The big hand, which now has been, and kudos to Mark Henry for replying back to, I forgot who put that out there, but the meme was Mark Henry finally produced a WrestleMania talent, and it was the big hand. If anybody that has watched wrestling back in the day would know about Mae Young and Mark Henry and that whole spot there. But a lot of good, I thought, came out. Becky Lynch, Bianca Belair, I thought was a fantastic match. They got me on the finish there. I thought, with the way Raw ended, Becky getting her hair cut, I thought Becky would somehow cheat and win the match, but they ended up putting on Bianca. But it was a hell of a match there as well. Of course, KO, Stone Cold. I did not know what to expect from the KO show with Stone Cold. They came right out pretty much maybe about 2-3 minutes into the KO show. Kevin Owens just says, hey, look, I'm going to tell you exactly why I called you out here. I want to fight you. And then, of course, Stone Cold did his old, if you want me to see me whoop Kevin Owens' ass, give me hell yeah. And then the fight was on. I didn't know that, Steve Austin took a backdrop onto the concrete. He took a couple other bumps. I did not know, I didn't expect that from him there. And he did it all with a smile on his face. And somebody else, kind of I went back and watched it again. You watched it. He was just having a hell of a time out there. And Stone Cold, Kevin Owens, I'm sure, was living in that moment. If you haven't seen it on Twitter, there's a picture many years ago of a young Kevin Owens getting a picture with Stone Cold, and now it's them two in the middle, night one, main eventing WrestleMania. But man, it was a good WrestleMania, a lot of feel-good moments, a lot of nostalgia. A couple of the matches fell short, which you're going to get at WrestleMania. I thought all the celebrities, Logan Paul included, delivered on their matches. I thought the Logan Paul, what they do with that, Miz turning on Logan Paul, do they keep him around? Again, he's got the charisma and everything else there. So it'll be interesting to see, does he end up becoming a WWE superstar? You never know. You never know. Tonight, it's All Elite Wrestling. Be back on the airwaves 10:05 as soon as All Elite Wrestling goes off the air. Samoa Joe makes his AEW debut, and there's a lot of other things going on. We'll see how some of the WrestleMania weekend fallout goes from there. You saw Raw last night. I thought it was a pretty look. The eyes were on it, a 2.1 when they were only doing a 1.5, but I thought it was a lot of rematches from WrestleMania. A couple good promos, Edge and Damian Priest. They did the continued on the beatdown of AJ Styles. Going to be interested to see what they do there. You saw Bobby Lashley, who actually beat Omos, which I was so happy to see. And then you saw the turn last night. MVP turns, joins Omos, which kudos. I was on a Turnbuckle Entertainment podcast with James Ellsworth, and we were talking about that. And he had said, what if they actually took MVP and put him with Omos? And sure enough, that is what they have done on Raw. They put those two together, and very, very interested to see where that leads. Do we get another Hurt Business? Cedric Alexander and Shelton Benjamin actually put out a tweet later on where they were watching it and they saw the turn, and then they kind of looked at each other. So do we see more factions start to rebuild? Look, it's a good time. It's a good time for wrestling right now. You're coming out of WrestleMania. You got the buzz from WrestleMania weekend, not just in WWE, but also in All Elite Wrestling because of the Ring of Honor Supercard. And we'll see what happens there tonight. Again, Perfect Q says, Sean, where do you think Bray Wyatt will end up? Look, Bray Wyatt was in Dallas. I don't know right now. He says he's good, healthy, and mentally. Or mentally and physically, so I don't know. I mean, the thing that he wants is creative freedom. If that is what he's after, AEW is going to give him that. But now does Vince go back and give him more to keep him and bring him back to WWE? Look, I mean, never say never in wrestling. And I know Undertaker, the Hall of Fame speech, he said never say never, but I ultimately think you're going to see Bray Wyatt probably end up in AEW, and I think he will feud with the House of Black. I think you'll see Bray kind of form, maybe even bring in Eric, Redbeard, and ultimately maybe do you see Strowman? Do you start kind of seeing the Wyatt family reform there and take on the House of Black? And we'll see what happens there. But I think he wants creative freedom, and he gets that at AEW. Look, WWE will promise it to him, but he's been there. He knows what happens. You'll get it for a few months, and then it slowly starts tightening, and you're signed to a contract. And at that point, there's nowhere for you to go. So, look, I'm not saying, Strowman's going to be there every time, but could you do one-offs with him? John R. Cody Rhodes is a control freak. Yeah. Most of those guys are, honestly. Most of those guys and gals are, which is why, again, wrestling's difficult because you want to have control of your character, especially when you get up to where Cody is, though, honestly, where he's built that name on his own. Really, he did that. Look, Cody Rhodes left WWE, and it wasn't like, oh, we need to get that guy. Oh, we need to sign that guy. You know, not that there's a lot of federations anyways, but look, he was Stardust at that point. That's what WWE thought of him. And look what he's built himself into now. And you saw 70,000, 62,000, whatever the real number is, you know, cheer him on. I thought the entrance on Raw was a little subdued, but we'll see what happens going forward. Not Perfect Q night 1 was better than night 2. McAfee was great, but the main event, yeah. And again, that's why I think everybody remembers night 1 because of what happened to end the show, right? That's what you remember the most. KO and Stone Cold, doing his nostalgia and stunning KO in the fight. You remember that, whereas night 2, you remember the main event falling flat. To me, the finish fell flat, but you know, when you look back at some of the other stuff that happened, and again, I thought night 2 was stronger on paper than night 1 was, and I agree with you. Night 1, to me, outperformed night 2. I want to thank everybody that has been on again tonight. 10:05, we'll be back with you. We'll see what happens on AEW Dynamite, and until then, in the words of the great Gordon Soley, I want to thank everybody who, before I do those great words, John R., I think people in AEW getting tired of Cody, to be honest. Sean, Samoa Joe for Cody. You know what? It might be a decent trade. And I don't know that Cody, wore out his welcome with AEW, because when you look at what Cody was only in the title picture for the first 2 months. And then it was, he took the back seat, and then he sat there and built up the talent. Again, I mean, he, what was it? Darby Allin, he's the one that got me kind of hooked on Darby, because I didn't think much of Darby. And then when he did the 3 matches with him there, that built that up. You saw him in MJF. I think, MJF was always going to be the star that he is, but I think that, the turn and that feud kind of helped elevate it a little bit quicker. But ultimately, I don't know that he was such a control freak. I think he had a different idea of what he thought. I think maybe a lot of them did with what Tony Khan. I think they thought Tony Khan was kind of going to be the money man and be that wrestling owner that was kind of like, oh, great, I get a wrestling company. Yay, okay, you guys run it. And then when Tony Khan started being more hands-on, and you can see how smart he is in the wrestling business, I think they started realizing that, okay, all right, this isn't going to be, us running this 100% like they thought. And again, maybe that played into something. Asuka is clear to come back. Perfect Q. What happens there? I don't know. Do you think MJF and Wardlow will be leaving for WWE? I got to see when their contracts are up. There's kind of differing things there. Look, if they're both after money, they're going to go to WWE, because WWE will probably open up the bags for those two. I know they're high on them. So if it's about money for them, WWE is going to outbid, I believe, AEW, because again, not saying that Vince has more money than the Khans, but one thing that AEW stayed true to right now has been kind of their contracts. I'm not sure about Bryan Danielson and CM Punk and how they're getting paid, but for the other stars, it's been a tier depending on your performance and everything else there. But if they do break that precedent, then I don't know where you go from there. And then now you start opening up a whole nother can. And then I believe then at that point, if you do that, you will become WCW. Because once you do the first, again, the Outsiders, when they came in, they got, creative control. They got the I forget what the clause in the contract is, the kicker, to where when somebody got signed, they got, elevated up to that. So, for instance, when Bret Hart got signed for $6 million, guess what happened to their contracts? Every time somebody else signed their contracts, whatever the highest paid was, they got signed up to that thing. And ultimately it became a freaking, everybody had creative control. Everybody was getting all this money, and you can't run a company that way. So ultimately, if it comes down to money, I think WWE gets him. Wouldn't get to do his promos in WWE like he does in AEW. I'm not going to say it's a better MJF and Wardlow that you get in WWE, but you get a definitely richer MJF in there. But also, again, if you noticed Cody Rhodes' entrance at WrestleMania, how much better did that entrance look compared to his entrances in AEW? Production-wise. Greater good, how can you trust McMahon? You can't. You can't trust McMahon. You can't trust WWE. But to be honest, I mean, look, in AEW right now, it's this way. Does that mean that's going to always be the way it is right now? Again, you're looking at it right now also with AEW. A lot of the people that came and helped build it up now, a lot of those contracts not being renewed. Why? Because you have CM Punk. You have Bryan Danielson. You have Christian Cage. You got Samoa Joe coming in. You have all this stuff coming in. So a lot of those guys, there's going to have to be some hard decisions made. Right now, yeah, you have a lot of, smaller contracts you can cut, your Marco Stuntz, Joey Janela, some of those contracts. But what happens once, again, you start talking about MJF and Wardlow? Not that they would let them go, but by 2024, if that is correct, what you're putting there, perfect Q, what does AEW look like? Can they afford to keep, both of them at that point if it comes down to the two? Or do you take one? There's gonna be a lot of the money doesn't come out of Khan's pockets, but it's coming out of their other companies and things like that, which is what WCW did. WCW came out of Turner Broadcasting. Those big contracts were paid by Time Warner. They weren't paid by WCW, which is why I think, Punk and the bigger contracts are probably paid out of another Khan investment or another company that's owned by the Khans for those. Do they do that for MJF and Wardlow? If you do, then what do you start doing for your Darby Allins, your other guys, Sammy Guevara, some of those other guys that have built just like MJF in them? Prediction, I don't know yet. They're still doing something. I think you're going to see some surprises into the Owen Hart man and women. I think you're going to start seeing some people show up, and ultimately I think they're waiting till after WrestleMania to actually do some of these debuts. They let WrestleMania get their shine. I think now you'll start seeing AEW, and then also AEW wants to see what WWE is going to do as well with some of the things, because again, Tony Khan can keep bringing in all these surprises and everything else, but at what point does it start becoming too much? So you got to do it drastically. You don't want to bring in everybody at one time and go. And I like the way they're doing also with the women's side. I don't know what that Serena Deeb does. I like the Tony Storm hiring. So I think you'll start seeing, I think Serena Deeb against Tony Storm in the main event for the Owen would be pretty damn good. The men's side, again, I like the way they're making them though qualify to go into it and move up into those. Anyone be lucky to look as good as they do, like Vince McMahon 80. That man takes care of himself, man. The man's in the gym all the time, and he works hard as hell. I mean, he does. I mean, that's the one thing you can't take away from Vince McMahon. I mean, the dude works his ass off. And speaking of working their ass off, tonight, 10 o'clock, back on the air. In the words of the great Gordon Soley, this time I will say the words, so long from the Sunshine State.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports